When I talk about the Matrix, I'm talking about the systems which have been created by society, which are deliberately designed to enslave. In the movie, the Matrix were used for our body heat, but here, in this Matrix, we're used for our efforts and our energies. And you're existing inside of a system which is deliberately rigged to make the rich richer and for the poor to stay poor.
Top G, people wanna come and minus me. Everybody look at me, I'm a G. Why you mad at me? Cause I'm a G. Yeah, top G, people wanna come and minus me. Everybody look at me, I'm a G. Why you mad at me? Cause I'm a G. Yeah, top G's only. Too many phony, masculine homies. Females acting like they are holy. Ends up being lonely. No time for games, weightlifting games, betting some flames. Too many names, breaking their chains. Me busy switching lanes. Top G, people wanna come and minus me. Everybody look at me, I'm a G. Why you mad at me? Cause I'm a G. Yeah, top G, people wanna come and minus me. Everybody look at me, I'm a G. Why you mad at me? Cause I'm a G.
I'm coming for you, Matt. Get your guns out. Saggy Titch Matt Bar. Me and the Comics Gate Commanders are coming for you. That's all I got.
That's good, dude.
I want to say to Johnny Scab, this is for you. I did do a haul shot, just put a little bit in there. Johnny, thank you for all the work you do in CG. I saw too, yeah. Thank you guys. I want to thank Johnny Scab for all the work he does in CG, standing up to the bullies, being the bully's bully, let's just say, and scaring the shit out of Matt Barr. And I hope you succeed in your mission, Johnny Scab, and hail to you.
Bitches. Yeah, like Johnny Scab is so cool.
Well, how do you think Gays for Gaza will get on long term?
Well, the joke at the moment is that there aren't enough tall buildings in Gaza to throw Gays for Gaza off. But these people are, I've said very often, they're part of the same phenomenon as turkeys for Christmas and chickens for KFC. I mean, I'm fed up with these fringe idiot cases. I mean, they're so mentally defective, these people, and incredibly narcissistic, I can be queer and also celebrate Palestine. No, you fucking can't. Fuck off. I can both argue for a two-state solution and also celebrate queerness and also not let myself down. No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't do all those things. At some point, you've got to choose.
Oh, I used to knock me wallop.
All right, 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
They open 10 o'clock. Won't
Up
be a
you
minute.
go.
Just going behind the vines. Won't be 5 minutes. Way they go, up the pig and whistle. Oh, blimey. You wouldn't see them no more, not till they come back. Crates of beer on the field. All round the bins they used to go. Drinking and drinking, yes. They get the measurer drunk, so he wouldn't know how many bushel he was taking out.
1, 2, 2.5. Wait! Please don't cut my head off. Are you saying that I shouldn't cut your head off? Yes! But my deeply held religious beliefs demand the death of infidels. Are you saying that Islam is wrong? Well, yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. That's so Islamophobic. No. That's racist. So racist. It's not racist. You hear about this kind of intolerance, but to actually experience it in person. Wait, I know, right? I'm genuinely frightened right now. No, wait. I'm not racist, I swear. Look, I'll prove it. Go ahead and cut my head off. It's okay. Cut my head off. I'm not racist. You have to hand it to him. At least he's trying to check his privilege. I guess you're right. I'll be the bigger man. I forgive you for being racist.
I read all about the scourging and the crowning with thorns, and I could video myself helping in and even taking charge of the toll chocking and the nailing in, being dressed in the height of Roman fashion.
In Brixton town where the streets hum low, Johnny Scab healed lives from head to toe. With a heart of fire and a soul so grand, he became the chief of this rugged land. Old King Scab, Rasta Prince, Ganja man, leading the people with a steady hand. A hero's tale born in the London rain, he lifts us up time and time again. From Kingston dreams to Brixton's fight, Johnny Scab shone, a beacon of light. In alleys dim where shadows fall, his voice of thunder will call us all. Old King Scab, Rasta Prince, Ganja man, leading the people with a steady hand. A hero's tale born in the London rain, he lifts us up time and time again.
I was sat outside on my doorstep in Brixton, and some people thought I was homeless.
Here's Johnny.
Hello, you beautiful lot. How you doing tonight?
Johnny Scab, he speaks the truth. Voice for the kids, no excuse. Scab leads and strong and loud. We're the misfits, we're the crowd. On the street he shows the way. Through the rules we won't obey. World's gone mad but we stand tall. Scab Cast backs will never fall. Rise up, Scab Nation. Johnny's voice of our frustration. Fuck wokeness, it's a fight. In the chaos we're the light. We're the light. On the screen he shows the way. Through the rules we won't obey. World's gone mad but we stand tall. Scab Cast fans will never fall. Rise up, Scab Nation. Johnny's voice of our frustration. Fuck wokeness, it's a fight. In the chaos we're the light. Throw aside your fear and doubt. Let your inner fire shout. March together with belief. Johnny's words bring your relief. Rise up, Scab Nation. Johnny's voice of our frustration. Fuck wokeness, it's a fight. In the chaos we're the light. The light. We won't go, we won't break. In Johnny's name we reawake. Scab Cast warriors unite. In the journey we ignite. We ignite. We're the light. We won't break. We won't break. We won't bow, we won't break. In Johnny's name we reawake. Scab Cast warriors unite. In this Johnny we light. Ignite. We're the light. 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 We won't bow. We won't break. In Johnny's name, we reawake. Scab Cast warriors unite. In this Johnny, we ignite. Won't bow. We won't bow. We won't bow. We won't break. We won't bow. We won't break. In Johnny's name, we reawake. Scab Cast warriors unite. And inside we ignite. And ignite. We won't
Good evening, you beautiful lot. Thank you for tuning in to Scab Cast. It's the 30th episode tonight. I've got some very special guests on. I've got one of my mates that comes on now and again. He is a special guest, but you've all seen him before. He's amazing. He's the king of CG horror. Peter Gilmore. How you doing,
Hey,
mate?
up. Oh, Jesus Christ. The dog says hello. What the? Thanks. Thanks, mate. We've got two here. One's a Labrador Shar-Pei cross, neurotic as hell, mad as a brush. And the other one's a massive bull mastiff crossed with one of them dogs you're not supposed to have that I'm not going to say the name of.
Oh, right. Nice.
One of the naughty dogs.
Beauties.
Yeah. Oh, mental. Yeah. As soon as I said hello, one leaps off, the other one, the little one, the Shar-Pei Labrador cross, is like the brains, and the other one's like just thick. Just boom. So she'll like bark, and he'll just go into a fucking frenzy because she's barked. Hey, mate!
he's like the bodyguard.
Yeah.
We've got another guest in with us tonight, Peter. We got Aaron C, Immortal Rising as well. How you doing, mate?
Hey, what up?
Hey,
nice to meet you, Peter.
Hey.
Johnny, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you've met Peter before. He's a very famous comic book artist. I know you do comics as well.
I have not, but yes, he is a legend, very much so I appreciate it.
I am. I'm a goddamn legend. Goddamn legend.
You are in England. You are. You're one of our greatest comic book artists. You're a national treasure.
I don't know if there's that many over here that still live over here. Most of them leave. They'll just leave. They get well known and just go. Yeah.
So Aaron, I didn't get a chance to speak to you last time properly on Comicsgate Commanders. If you want to promote your comic or anything, feel free. If you want to say anything about your comic, because I wasn't really my internet was really shit when you were on their show, so I didn't get to hear much about it anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, it's fantasy comic book. Done. The main art is done by Jose Garcia. So if you like that anime kind of manga look to it, I think it's better than your average anime kind of stuff because all of his years in actual animation, his layouts is like people are like, oh, it feels like you're reading, a Netflix cartoon, just how well it flows and stuff like that. So, and if you like epic fantasy, if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, Red Dragonlance, or Forgotten Realms or anything, you're gonna love it. So go check it out. It's like the premiums are like 50 pages a piece, 80-pound glossy, perfect bound, and I'm also offering saddle stitched. So if anybody wants, and those are at reduced prices, so you can get like the premiums for 20, and then the I took those, split them into saddle stitched floppies, and those you can get together for 10. So plus shipping and all that stuff. So and then if you are really into it or you're feeling very generous, I also have the $100 tier that has everything. It's two premiums. That's covered by Corey Barton, the Blue Girl. Some of you might have seen in the marketing recently, and also Jimmy Ray's is Ogre for issue number 2, and then plus 4 floppies, all done by Jose Garcia, as well as we did a couple of ash cans for different things. Like Arrow, we did a ash can for or a short story for Arrow Comics, and we did a short story for Anvil Magazine. So those are all being offered, plus a shirt, which I haven't offered before. So yeah, go check it out. Immortal Rising comic book. I think it's on Indiegogo. It's Immortal Rising number 2, Burnt Offerings. So yeah.
Brilliant.
Cool.
If one of my mods can put Aaron's link in the chat, that would be handy as well.
I appreciate
someone ought to do that.
Get to work, Mom.
Are you working on anything at the minute, Peter? Are you doing anything for Mandy?
we're still plugging away at Super Dead, Super Dead 2, and then I am working on some stuff of my own, all on my own.
Brilliant.
What
Top
I'm
secret.
writing and drawing. Well, it's kind of top secret. I keep showing bits off, and I'm like, I shouldn't do that. Not yet. I will be putting up. I'm doing like a newsletter sort of thing, so I'll be putting that on my X account on Twitter or whatever you want to call it. People will be able to sign up and stay informed. But if you follow me on there as well, you'll find out. I'll blab eventually and give it all away. But it's good. It's good. It started off as one book, and then because I kind of want to do shorter books more often. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people are getting stuff. So the first book is completely finished, drawn, written, ready to print, and all that. Halfway through the second one, and then I want to do explore some of the characters more. So I'm doing separate kind of mini comics for them as well. So cool. I want to get all my ducks in a row and get everything ready, and then I can do something. You know what I mean? I don't want to. Yeah, because you know how things go. I like to be prepared for these things.
You don't want to be moaned at for being late and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No.
That's what Ethan gets all the time, isn't it? Like he says about his campaigns, then people moan about him being late. Just give him time. You'll get it eventually.
Yeah, it's not like you're not going to get these things. Well, I mean, so there are people you can trust that you're going to get it. Especially some of these high-profile people that are around and about. They ain't going anywhere. They're not going to run away. They're not going to hide. They're not going to, they're not going to do one with your money. You're fine. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Did you see that thing earlier? That thing that Ethan posted about people asking for refunds because he didn't because he likes the Joker movie or something like that.
He hasn't even seen it.
Yeah, he's not even seen it yet, and they were assuming that he's going to like it because
he's like. Sorry,
because he was down with the Barbie movie. It's like, I mean, I've seen the Barbie movie, and I am 100% with what Ethan said. People just don't get it. It's not a man-hating movie. It's really not. You've got to watch it and pay attention, and not just look at the pretty pictures and listen to what other dickheads on the internet say.
Margot Robbie. Yeah, well, and he even said it's not that I like it. It's that I haven't even seen it, and I was just saying that I might like it. Or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It's like people.
He understands. Yeah, he understands what it is and why it's popular and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which if you've got a brain in your head, you can see. You don't have to be into something to understand why it's popular.
No.
Sort of thing.
Like Harry Potter. I've never got into Harry Potter, but it's huge.
I don't mind a bit of Harry Potter, but I don't know. Maybe that's because I'm into weird British shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of British mythology and stuff in it.
Yeah.
My missus likes Harry Potter. I've never really watched a lot of it. She makes me watch it at Christmas sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. It's got that. It's the music that does it with the Christmas thing. It's got that kind of.
Yeah.
It's like what's his name? The guy who does all Tim Burton stuff, music. Completely lost track of who he had. He did Batman. He did the Simpsons theme tune. He did. Come on, someone in the chat tell me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's driving me crazy. Yeah, he was in a band in the '80s too, right?
Yeah. Oingo Boingo.
Oingo Boingo. Thank you.
Yeah.
Man,
didn't they do the theme tune to Weird Science?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna drive me crazy, man.
Yeah, that's going to annoy. And I know. Look.
Oh, there we go.
I'm a fan, and it's just when something goes out your head completely.
Yeah, right.
Look, see,
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, that's just gonna. Yeah. Do you know what? Google
Danny Elfman.
Danny Elfman, of course. Danny Elfman.
Forget that one. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of his style of music, and that's always got a weird kind of haunting kind of theme to it, but it's a bit Christmassy and a bit magical and a bit good and stuff like that. It's the music that does it. It's that theme tune. It's that damned Harry Potter theme tune. You know?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway,
It was
sorry.
pretty mad, wasn't it? How like they all turned against J.K. Rowling, didn't they? After the films were finished, all the actors don't like her anymore.
Yeah.
They all had a bit
Why is
woke
that?
on her.
All the actors who would be nothing
She
without
said
her.
something about that. She said something about trans people, I think. Like,
Yeah, she
something
was. She
about
said something to the
trans
effect
people
that
not being
trans
real women or something like that.
yeah, trans women are not real women. Basically, sticking up for women. You know, just talking basic biology, and fucking nuclear bomb goes off.
It's all very silly. It's because there's a lot of kind of fake nerds that are into kind of Harry Potter and stuff, and a lot of these people who disagree with us on many things are fake nerds. I'm sorry, fake geeks, a lot of them. Yeah, so you know that's like, you know, they worship Harry Potter. That's like their religion just getting crushed. The head of their religion, like, turning against them, stabbing them in the back. No, she stabbed you right in the front. It is what it is.
Yeah, these are all like kids that they all got trophies for participating, right? So
Yeah,
they're not used to being let down. I think maybe that's it.
They get so invested in things, and they can't. A lot of people can't separate the art from the artist, sort of thing. People really struggle with that. I mean, if I couldn't do that, I love H.P. Lovecraft, but I'm not a Nazi. You know. I love Lewis Carroll. Alice in Wonderland's a fantastically weird story. Love it, but I'm not a pedo. You know,
was Lovecraft Nazi? I didn't know that.
He was a very Nazi. He was a very racist man.
Right.
Deeply racist man. He had a cat called the N word.
Fucking hell.
There's tons of like really kind of famous people throughout history, and sort of like writers and artists, and they've all got things, you know, going on that aren't cool these days. It was a different time, and is what they produce good? Yes.
They say that, don't they? You should never meet your idols.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have any, or the ones I do have are all dead. So.
Yeah, but still, can you imagine that being
here, really?
one of the 23 guys who was like, you know what, you've gone too far by saying you're gonna make up your own mind about Joker 2. Give me my money back. It's like, guys, hit the brakes.
Some people with refunds on campaigns. Some people are just looking for any excuse,
any reason
whatsoever. We had, one of the campaigns we did quite a while ago. Someone, like, you know, in the comments section on Indiegogo, someone's like, I want a refund because that Gilmore bloke is always flying off the handle and he's angry. It's like, me? I mean, nowadays I've gotten a little bit more vocal these days, but what?
You're still
you gotta
safe though.
You gotta keep in mind that the word cunt is normal in England, but in like America, it's like, oh my god, he said what?
True.
Yeah.
But to be fair, the reason I use that word so much is because it's not as, you know, accepted in America. I do it on purpose. I do it on purpose.
Good.
To annoy the snowflakes, because fuck them, bunch of cunts.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't like censoring anyone. On this show, you can say whatever you want. I love it. I like people speaking their mind.
Yeah. It makes it for a very interesting conversation.
I try to avoid it on sort of like Twitter and places like that, because it's kind of, I use it all for work, so it's work stuff, so it's like how I earn a living, and I don't want to turn people away. Plus, who gives a fuck what I think about anything? You know, who cares what my politics are?
You don't want to pull a Matt Barr on people.
No, exactly. No. I wouldn't even want to go a tenth of the way into that territory. No. That dude's fucking crazy.
Yeah, so is everybody still barred or banned by him, or how's that going? I don't know.
I think he's blocked the whole of CB.
I don't think he blocked me. I blocked him a while ago. I didn't like the guy, and then so Mandy was kind of
Mandy as well, doesn't he?
Well, Mandy's kind of too nice, or used to be too nice for her own good. So she'd always, all these people who kind of hated on it, she'd always be like, let's try and be nice to them. Let's try and I'd want to just tear them a new one and be a dick, you know, because by screwing around with her and her business, that's screwing with my business, you know, and that's like, that's
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a big no for me. So I was always wanting to go at them, and she was always kind of, no, behave, don't say anything. Okay, fine. So, you know, I refollowed Matt Barr and a few other people, and I've been nice to them. And then out of nowhere, he just starts being a dick again. So it's like, fuck you, creeping around in DMs, trying to get people not to work with me, and war campaign tactics. That's what they used to do.
I almost feel sorry for him. I think he's something mental. There's something wrong with him. He's not quite right in the head, I don't think. And I'm not taking the piss like that. People saying he got a head wound and stuff.
I've heard he's got a head wound.
He doesn't act like a function.
It's weird. I don't know.
Well, I don't know either way. But
don't know the guy. Really don't know the guy.
Adult.
Yeah, don't know the guy, so there's no reason, and he doesn't know me, so there's no reason for him to, you know.
Well, it's crazy how many can just go way over the top with you know, instant insults, you know, cutting off people's faces and, you know, stabbing people in the back and setting things on fire. It's like, guy, relax. Is this comic books, or what are we talking about, man? Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Exactly. Plus, like I say, it doesn't do you any favors with your business. With, you know, don't piss other people off. I was always taught, and it's something I learned a long time ago. It's like a phrase. It's like, don't crap on people when you're on your way up, because you might need them when you're on your way back down. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be a dick, because you know. And I've always
it's a little bit. That's too much for some people, though.
Yeah. Plus, I do believe what goes around comes around. So, be nice. Be nice.
With me and Matt, I kind of like. I started off giving him the benefit of the doubt when I first met him. I was trying to be friends with him, but then the more I interacted with him, I could slowly see him like going insane and making all these mental comments, and I can't be a fence sitter. I had to call him out on it at one point. I'm not going to sit there and act like I'm ignoring it. I can't.
That's fair. Yeah.
I was always raised to be a gentleman. You see, like I don't look it, but I wouldn't swear around a lady if a lady was in my presence. And someone like Matt, he just picks on women. It's disgusting. He's like, what are you doing, mate? You're a fully grown man having a go at a woman. Some of the sick shit he was saying to Anna as well was fucking about her sister and stuff like that. That was disgusting.
See, this is all, and I'm sure.
I don't like anyone.
I'm positive that because he's hanging around with like those war campaign guys and people like that. That's exactly what they did. A lot of the things he says and does, straight from their mouths. I recognise it, you know, because we put up with them for.
It's like
until they were kicked out, we put up with them for like 5 years of those dickheads. And they were okay at first, and then they just. Yeah.
He wants to reignite war campaign. He wants to be the new leader of them, I reckon. That's what he's trying to hint at.
He seems to get mad when people get work that he thinks he should have had, you know, like jobs on different comics and whatever. He seems to get mad about that as well, which is strange.
I got someone else in the green room, guys. Someone who's never been on the show before.
Cool.
Brilliant man. Not a comic book artist, but he's a very big backer of Comicsgate and a big supporter. Jay Bama. How you doing,
Hey.
mate?
Holy shit, Jay.
What's up, guys?
Dude.
Peter, Aaron, Johnny. How y'all doing?
Good.
Thanks for
So far,
coming
so
on.
good.
Just bitching about Matt Barr. Bitching about the crazy Barr motherfucker. Yeah.
Well, he blocked me, so why should I care?
Yeah.
I don't know if he blocked me. Like I say, I blocked him. I need to find out now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has. He's blocked like everybody who is who flies the flag, I guess.
Oh well.
Where is he?
Is that so bad? Now it's less poison on my timeline. It's fine.
Well, I don't think he was trying to be the leader. I think they were just using him because he had a pretty loud voice. You know what I mean? And his channel was he was able to get reach and stuff. So they were using him, and yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and he used to be on shows with Ethan, right? So
yeah,
he's pretty close to the king, right? So of course they're gonna try using him, and he's gonna love it. He's like, yes, tell me everything I want to hear and all this other shit. I'm sure, maybe not, but that's usually how that shit goes, right?
Yeah.
He seems to get really upset when. Sorry, mate. I was going to say he gets really upset when Liam was made a Comicsgate king, and he never got let on the show.
I find it hilarious. It's.
I think that was Ethan's point. He was just trying to like draw people out and see, you know what I mean, to mess with people. The same thing with Mandy, and it just it's like turning the light on with the cockroaches, and I don't think he was 100% serious about it. But once he saw all the reaction, he's like, "Oh, absolutely," you know. He went with it.
Damn straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'd do. It's amazing how many people kind of are harboring all these little thoughts and stuff, you know, and they're just waiting for the right moment, and they always pull the trigger too soon. It's like, no, you've just exposed yourself as a cunt.
Chris Cowell, I mean, all those guys. I mean,
I actually get on with Brian. That's the weirdest one to me. Then again, I get on with Norval. So, who knows? I don't know what's going on. What craziness is occurring?
well, like when that whole stuff with Norwal, I was like, guys, I think it's a bit. I don't like. I'm not. You know, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, listen, I'm a wrestling fan. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's fake. I know it's a show. I know it's scripted.
What?
And I
what are you talking about?
But I still watch it and enjoy it. You know what? Just enjoy the show. You know. Listen, I can watch a Big Daddy match. That's for my British friends. I can watch a Big Daddy match and laugh my ass off and enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Dude. Big Daddy. What a man. His name was Shirley. You know.
He would just have guys run into him and he'd belly bump them.
Yeah. Big
British
Daddy versus
wrestling
Giant
was funny
Haystack.
back in the day.
Oh, yeah. Saturday afternoons. Every Saturday afternoon, wrestling.
What was the name of the show? Was it A Wonderful World of Sports or something?
World of Sport, yeah.
World of Sports, yeah.
Yeah. They try and have some crap sports on that no one's really interested in, you know. But then it'd be like the football and the wrestling, and that was it. And a bit of horse racing, because we like a bit of a gamble over here.
Yeah.
Were they gambling on Giant Haystacks and Big Daddy?
I don't know. Would you gamble on something that's clearly, obviously going to go one way?
Well, you can gamble on WWE now. So
really,
yeah, some of the offshore stuff. I don't know if it's like the chat will be able to figure this. I haven't looked into it, but I don't think it's on results. I think it's on like maybe spots or.
Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah.
But even still, like I've watched like 40 years of wrestling. I could be making some money. Because I know what they're going to do when I watch it. I'm like, okay, he's going to do this. Oh, look, he's signaling he's going to do that. And like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of telegraphed it.
You seem like the type of guy that could have been a wrestler, J. Bama.
I actually
you ever thought about getting into wrestling?
I actually did.
You got the muscles.
Back in the late 90s. If you guys old promotion, it was called WCW.
Oh yeah.
It was based in Atlanta, and the gym I went to was for all the guys who lived in the south part of Atlanta. That was the gym they went to. So I started. Yeah. So like I knew Chris Benoit. Yeah. Sadly.
Oh right. Right. Okay.
And, I knew Paul Orndorff.
Shit.
Mr. Wonderful. I knew Lord Steven Regal. He's a guy from you guys, from, across the pond with you guys, and I knew him when he was like off his tits with drugs.
I remember. Yeah, right.
And Buff Bagwell, although I only met him a few times. It's just there was just a lot of guys, and I actually started talking to Paul Orndorff, and we did like a big thing for charity. For the high school, because this was back in the Attitude Era when everybody was all about wrestling, and we talked to Paul and was like, "Hey, can we rent a ring?" So we were able to rent the ring for like $500, and he said, "Okay, well, you guys got to come get it." And so we went up to the training facility, we tore down the ring, we put it up, we took it down. We traveled, to our city, put it up in the high school, and there was a bunch of we didn't know anything. We didn't know what we were doing or nothing. I actually got a concussion.
Oh shit.
I was the only one to take a chair shot to the head. And that wasn't what gave me the concussion. Some guy gave me a DDT, which is, the old Jake the Snake where they just drop you, you're supposed to lay flat, but I tried to do the thing to make it look more vicious. And I had a match later and I had a knot on my head.
Oh, shit.
And Paul Orndorff was in the audience, and he goes, "Hey, you know what? You can take bumps." It was like, you know how to bump and you know how to sell. And I'm like, it's like you're pretty. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. So I went up there, and they said, "Well, what's your background?" I was like, "I played a little football, did a little wrestling." It was like, "Yeah, okay." Well, they saw me. It's like, "Okay, well, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to send you over to a grappling catch." Yeah. See, what they were trying to do is they were trying to get me to give up. And they sent me over to a grappling school, catch. Do y'all call it catch? Catch wrestling. Catch wrestling. Yeah, there was a catch wrestling school that Goldberg owned up in Atlanta. And so I started going there and started that's where you learn you learn how to stretch them, you learn to take a guy's finger and stick it where he doesn't want, all that stuff. And by the time I was getting good, and I was like, because there was a bunch of wrestlers, they come over, and I was demolishing the wrestlers they were bringing over. Some of these guys, they actually made it to the WWE. And as soon as I was like, you know what? Okay, let me make a go of it. The company folded. And I'm like, okay, well, yep.
That's usually the kind of shit that happens to me. I was like, get on board with something, and then it just all dies.
So I see you two up there rolling stuff. Is that marijuana? Are you guys smoking the crazy tobacco, or what's going on? Is it that prevalent?
I don't know what you mean.
Not tonight.
It's normal tobacco.
Not
You got it.
Tobacco tonight. I'm smoking that. Sterling.
Look at you. They changed all the packaging on every packet, every kind of tobacco and cigarettes. They changed it all to black with just pictures of people dying horribly on them.
Oh,
because apparently that. But I'm lucky. Yeah. I get the old school.
Roll your own. Yeah, my brother does too. So I get it.
Because it doesn't give cancer, right? I mean,
dude, it's the last vice I've got. What?
Yeah.
One second, I got a phone call.
Yeah. Yeah, look, there's a lung getting dissected. Lovely.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I thought they had that on every packet. It must just be Britain that does that then.
Britain and Europe,
That's how soy we are.
Well, are we? Because we still smoke, even though there's pictures of death and maiming all over them. It is what it is.
Yeah, true.
It's the last vice I've got. Well, that and caffeine. I don't drink anymore. I don't know how that happened.
Too bad.
I
That's
stopped.
too bad.
I just randomly stopped. It's during comic books. I tell you, during comic books, it's like you don't have time, and you can't afford to have a hangover.
Yeah.
I like to get shit done. Maybe once I've got all my ducks in a row and I start like launching a few books and I chill out a bit, then.
What you do is you drink all the time, so then that way you're never hungover. You're just always drinking, and then you'll be fine.
Yeah, every book I drew would be like stick men though, just like little stick figures.
Just sloppy as shit.
Or scribbles all over the place. Yeah, I wish I could. I see people like drawing stuff and it's like really loose, and I'm like, oh, I wish but I can't. I try drawing like that, and I just have to go back and make it look good.
Yeah.
No offense to people who draw like that, but have some fucking respect. Level up, bitches. Level up, you lazy fucks.
Yeah, Peter, you've improved since you first started working with Mandy.
Yeah, it's kind of her fault at first. It's her fault, and it's Malin's fault, because Malin used to do those shows where you'd send him artwork and he'd like critique it. And to be fair, it wasn't Malin's fault. Malin was kind of kind to me, but one particular time he decided to have Anna on with him.
Yeah,
and Anna has like no filters, so she's just picking shit, and she was picking fault with some artwork of mine, and I'm just like, this is never going to happen again, ever. You'll learn really quickly. It's like when we were working on the first Super Dad, there was a panel, and he was like clawing out of a hole, and he got like his gnarly hand, and she's like, why has he got a big werewolf paw looking? What the fuck's that?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? So I redrew it, and then it's like, why does he look like Count Chocula? Fuck you.
Well, I mean, you want somebody who you consider on your level or better to look at. I mean, it's the same thing with with bodybuilding and working out. A lot of people say, "Oh yeah, I work out," and like I've had a bunch of people that come up to me and like, "You need to do this for to work on that and do this for that," and I'm like, okay.
Oh, there's nothing worse than looking on Twitter or somewhere and someone with the talent of a fucking, there's more talent in my little finger, and they're like giving advice and telling people how to draw and how to do this, and it's like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Or we're still, and no offense to writers, but some writers are cocky motherfuckers who think they know how to draw. No.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut.
Actually, it got into my scripts after working with Jose Garcia long enough. I'm like, or it didn't take that long. It was really just like, I trust in his ability. He already knows how to lay out a page. His compositions are going to be better than I can imagine because he has all that experience. So I just give him, a little bit of direction and, like, what are the emotions? Who's in it? What do I want to accomplish with the page? Things like that. And I just let him have fun. So that's half the fun of, working with somebody else is just to see what they come up with. It's cool.
You got to let them cook.
Plus, I mean, when you've got people like Dale Keown around, you kind of got to step your game up, really.
Yeah, that's what I was leading to. It's like if like somebody, I call them the faceless, the people who don't show their face on Twitter or on stream and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I just kind of just let it go all, just let it go. But if someone if someone who is like, Mr. Olympia comes up and is like, hey, you're doing that wrong, let me show you how to do it and you can get more out of it, I'm going to listen. That's the same thing as listening to Dale Keown. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Dale doesn't say much. He'll just say something weird to me, like, what about the eraser trick? That was one. He's like, the eraser trick, and I'm like,
go on.
Don't know what that. No, No, it's fine. I'll figure it out. And I can figure it out. And then I'm like, oh, you motherfucker. Right. Okay.
He's like,
Clever boy.
He's like Pai Mei
Yeah.
from Kill Bill. Like he's like the master.
Yeah, yeah. Just say, be like water.
Yeah.
What? But you get it. You look at his stuff and then you're like, I see.
It's a process. Everything's a process.
Yeah. And then like you take on stuff from him, and then but then I go too far that way, and I start drawing like him, or not like him, because obviously I can't draw. No one can draw like Dale. But I start edging that way too much. I'm like, no, that's not me. That's Dale.
Yeah.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Just use that little bit. Do that. Do the veins. Do the neck veins and stuff. That's fine.
Yeah, but sooner or later you find your own style with his style. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
It's like a boxer. You know what I mean? You can, or pretty much anything that you've been coached at. Your coaches that you have, you're going to pick up their deals and just apply it to yourself, and over time you actually expand upon it and stuff. So
it's kind of the way I see it is it's just like folding things into my style or whatever. And as you learn something new and you pick on something and you like or discover a new way of looking at things, you kind of veer too far that way, but then it dials back a little bit. I mean, I do stuff like the book I've been working on, and it's all finished, but I've been flicking back through the pages, and then I was looking at some Wrights and stuff, some Bernie Wrights and stuff, and then I go back and look at mine. I'm like, you fucking talentless bastard. But then you can't think like that. You've got to be like, no, this is me, not him. But still, cripples me every time. Every time I pick up, like Frankenstein or something, and flick through it, it's I ain't got time for that. I can't spend 7 years drawing one comic. I mean, Frankenstein. Go on.
Peter,
yeah.
Sorry, mate. When you were younger, what was it that like got you into drawing horror? What was the thing that drew you to like wanting to be quite gothic and?
Well, I kind of didn't. When I was younger, I was kind of drawing because I was really into like Tank Girl and the Turtles and 2000 AD and all that kind of stuff.
No, you were into goth chicks. That's what it was.
Well, I was always a punk and whatever, so there was always goth chicks around. Yeah, right. Definitely. Yeah, hot goth chicks. Not like now. Modern goth chicks are just like,
yeah.
They'll think they're fucking vampires. It's like, you're not. Fuck off.
Boring.
They're always like, oh, I'd love to drink your blood. Get away. Weirdo. Just put the eye makeup on, do the hair, get like a leather corset on. That's fine. That's all fine. That's good. Just knock it off with the wanting to drink my blood. But I was into that kind of stuff when I was younger. So I used to draw kind of hot chicks, and especially with Tank Girl. It's a little bit sexy and a little bit sci-fi and a little bit weird. And then it was only when I kind of came along to Comicsgate that I realised I wanted to draw the horror stuff, because I was drawing other stuff. I'd like work with Umbrella Guy, and then we did some stuff with Mandy, and did some stuff with Wyatt Holiday, and like we were doing sci-fi and superheroes and fantasy. But I just kept getting drawn back to the horror stuff, and cool. I just want to draw something that creeps someone out. As long as I can creep someone out or make them think, ew, that's fine. It's impossible trying to scare someone because we're not 5 years old and a comic book isn't going to scare us.
Yeah.
So you've got to fall back on the jump scares and the gore and the creepy. That's the best you can do. I hope that I draw something that creeps someone out eventually. I'll get there.
Well, suspenseful horror is some of my favorite. So, I mean, that's where to go.
I mean, the stuff I'm working on now, it's like.
And what about you, Aaron?
Oh, go on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, shut me up.
What's that?
What got you into? Sorry, Pete.
No,
what got you into doing comic books? What was your your start art?
Well, so all of Immortal Rising kind of came out of a my gaming table. So the story, the seed for that story, came out of all of that. It was me kind of writing down notes and stuff, and I've dabbled in writing since I was very young, and essays and short stories and stuff like this. And I hadn't done a comic book, but so as I'm writing out all these notes and whatnot, the timeline and the events slowly became like scenes, right? Like people are talking. I'm like, whoa, I didn't mean for that to happen. So it was like it was just taking over itself, and I'm like, there's a story here. I have to write it. It's telling me I have to write it. So I came to the point where it's like, well, chances are I could do it. It'd be basically be for me and my friends, to kind of look at and have fun with. So would I want to do a novel, that nobody's going to want to read, or maybe the other thing that draws most people and keeps them in fantasy is art, right? And I was a huge comic book fan, when I was younger, huge in the 90s and stuff, big X-Men, Hulk, all that kind of stuff. But I got away from it in the 2000s and stuff because it became an expensive hobby. And so then I would just read graphic novels and whatnot. But I was like, I bet I could do a comic. So then that way we can see our characters and see the world that we inhabited and all this other stuff. And I thought it would be a hoot. So I got up enough cash to get a Philippine artist to put together the first version of the book. And while I was waiting for it to finish, I was kind of like, man, I really want to, I want to keep the energy going because it's lagging off, like their government kept shutting off the internet. So there'd be like big, blank spots, between communication with me and him, whatever it was. And so I started looking for another artist, and I found Jose Garcia, who he wasn't in comic books yet. And he was still doing commission work, and he had a fantasy piece that I saw somewhere. And I was like, that is right up my alley. So I got a hold of him. Fast forward, I had him redo the first issue. I had him do a second issue plus some side stuff and all that. And yeah, that's so I tried selling it originally, had no networking or anything like that. And so I was like, dude, Jose, what the hell am I supposed to do? You're my comic book man. Where do I go to sell indie comics? And he was like, well, there's this group called Comicsgate you should check out. He's like, my favorite YouTuber is Michael Bancroft. Go check out his show. You might like it. And watched it, kind of fell in love with the chat and Michael's show and all that stuff, and then started watching others and 3 years later I'm on campaign number 2. So and actually number 3, all the sketch work is done, at least the first initial stuff. I'm going to go through it and edit it, but yeah, I'm up and running. I guess I'm walking, not quite running yet, but yeah, that's what got me into comics. Now I love it. Indie comics is not for everybody, I will say that.
Nice.
Trying to get one of the dogs to pop its head on.
Jay Bama.
Yep.
How did you stumble across Comicsgate? What was your introduction into them?
You're gonna laugh. My first introduction was through Geeks and Gamers. Yep. And what do they call that show? What was that show? The High Council.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I started watching them about I'd say like the beginning of 2019. And I discovered I started looking into Ethan, because as far as that the 3 of that show, Ethan was the one with the most charisma, the most entertaining. And so I just started watching him and his channels or his streams and seeing who he brought on. And that's where I was introduced to Cecil, John, Anna, and the Jack Show and Kelsey. And then I went back and I watched every stream, back channeled every stream, and watched Up to a point. I didn't watch every Comicsgate live, but I watched every Jack show from the beginning, and when I finally caught up was the first show that I was actually to catch up live was the Mama Can't Rape Us All stream.
Daddy can't rape me.
Excuse me. Daddy can't rape us all. Yeah. And after that, I just started, I figured out how to send super chats and just being more interactive. And I'm here now. And I support everybody who is a part of the group. I mean, I'm not like the biggest comic book fan, which it's true. I'm not. A lot of you guys have probably been collecting for years. I haven't, but I love comic book stories.
You still fund a lot of campaigns, though, don't you?
Yeah,
you're quite a big funder. You back a lot of campaigns.
As long as you deliver and proven that you can deliver comics, and it piques my interest, I will back your campaign. Like for example, with Peter, I didn't back anything of Mandy's or Peter's until Jack the Ripper, Vampire Slayer, Hunter. I was like, this is something that got me, and I started. You can read that book without even reading the bubbles. I mean, that book will work even if it didn't have any word balloons in it.
I kind of like to do that,
and I love it.
I like to draw a page, and does that make sense? Can I follow the story without any
like a silent movie? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that piqued my interest, and it got me to okay, well, I'll back the other stuff because I mean, if this is this good, then I'm going to give the other stuff. It's like you got to win me over, like, and anybody. I can give you a great example. Like, if you can win me over, I'll back you and I'll support you, and I will boost your campaigns because you've proven to me that you can deliver, and you can also you can deliver on the book and the story. And there's been a few that I have bought that didn't deliver as far as interest levels. I've got like several $100s of ISOM books over there.
Whoop.
Yep. But that was, and here's the thing. The good thing about what Eric did is that he taught me not to back just because of a movement.
Yeah.
So a lot of these guys who have campaigns who are running over there because of that, the reason that I didn't back your book is the guy you're running to. And
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, like I backed, like I didn't. I'll be honest with you, I didn't back PTP stuff, except for the hurricane stuff, because it was a valid reason.
Yeah.
I wanted to wait because he lives here in Florida. I wanted to wait until I see him at a con. Excuse me, one second. And but I did buy his stuff at a con just to support him, because at the time, I had no idea all the nonsense until he started bringing me into the nonsense.
Yeah.
And Mandy, like all the stuff that and I got to give credit to Shane and Mandy. They were tight-lipped about it, even though they knew about all the stuff that was happening. I had no idea until I messaged Shane. I was like, what the heck is PTP doing here? And he still, and not until like all the nonsense that I finally got, like, enough's enough. And that's when Mandy and Shane, they basically told me, see, I was like, we were quiet about it. I'm like, yeah, you were. I was like, I'm not y'all. I'm not running a business here.
Yeah.
And he was one, and also Camel Moon. I bought his stuff. I'm not going to do it again. Just if you show yourself to be genuine, and like I said, you get your campaigns out. It doesn't have to be on time, because it's like you go to a Michelin star restaurant, or you go to Gordon Ramsay's and he's cooking that night and you're waiting 2 hours. Are you going to complain to Gordon Ramsay about waiting from a meal from Gordon Ramsay? No. You're going to eat it and judge it for the food, And so I don't mind waiting years. I don't mind waiting things that are delayed if the book is good. And I haven't had one that was overly delayed that I didn't find awesome. And then there are people like JDA that I was waiting on something that I could like actually look into.
Yeah.
He just never piqued my interest.
I've got one JDA book. He contacted me a couple of years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago. Don't know, something like that. And he got a new way to ship outside of the States, and he wanted to test it. So he's like, "Can I send you a book?" And I'm like, "I know who you are. I know the kind of shit you pull, but I'm moving house soon, so you'll have a shit address. It doesn't matter." "Yes, fine. Send me something." And I can't remember what it was, but he sent it for like $6 or $3, something like that. And it got to me, and it was perfect condition. Book was crap, but you know. Yeah, I kind of read half of that, and then I did back the first ISOM. I got, even though against my better judgment, because all that was on the website was three interior pages with no dialogue, which is like instantly to me like a red flag. It's not sure about the art was kind of So I got it anyway. Got the first copy. I managed to read 10 pages of that, and I just I can't read this. I just can't.
Yeah.
And I kind of flipped through the rest, and I was like, yeah, no. Plus, I mean, I kind of when ISOM was first launching, Eric was complaining on Twitter about how people like Vicky and all those crazy people were like just harassing him all the time, and he didn't know how to stop them. And I just offered him some advice because I've been dealing with those people for years.
Right.
And I just gave him some advice on how to deal with them, and that was it. I've been nice, and he just went off at me for ages and ages. You know, in this tweet thread, going off at me about how I was wrong and how he knew better. And it's fine, okay, dude, whatever. And I just muted him and gone. And luckily, I'd already paid for the book, and I'm, not going to get a refund. It's like,
The funny thing, everything they accuse Ethan of being, that's what Eric is. I'm like, it's hysterical, and failures are going to fail regardless. They are, and even the ones who are charismatic, they're going to fail.
The charisma only goes so far. You've got to have something there. You've got to have something of substance to.
Yeah, especially in the business you guys are in. So it's.
I'm not saying people can't like his stuff. If they do, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Buy what you want. Buy my stuff too, but buy his. Yeah. I'm not going to say anyone's any kind of person for doing anything.
But
it's
Peter,
fine.
like the only thing I have yet to find someone to give me a valid reason that it's good. I have only heard that it's about Eric, and it's about the culture war. And I'm like, okay, well, if you want to support Eric because you like Eric, okay, that's fine, but that's not a valid reason why the book's good.
Right.
And the culture war.
Culture war funded that first book.
Yeah, and listen, I know I'm probably going to get a lot of heat from this in the chat, but what their idea of the culture war is not what the culture war actually is. I mean, it's like, okay, here's the thing. Like, they're sitting there complaining about. Let's just pick the biggest one, Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh, did you know Star Wars is dead?
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, it's dead, but they keep talking about it. I mean, why they keep beating a dead horse? Same with Doctor Who and all the other ones. Here's the thing: you don't own it. You only own the feeling and the experience that you had watching it, and your fandom. That's it. You don't own where it goes from here on out. You know what I mean? So it's pointless to sit here.
Yeah.
to argue. It's like, oh well, we need to fight the war. We need to change. We need. Like I had one guy just yelling at me. It's like, you're not fighting against them and trying to get Marvel and DC back. They're not coming back, guys.
No, it's like and all the complaining and the arguing and the we will win and all this bullshit. It's like that. The amount of complaining that those guys do is like a minuscule amount of the Star Wars fandom or the Marvel fandom. You're nothing, absolutely nothing to Marvel or DC or
right
Disney. You mean nothing to them. So you can bleat away all you like, and you might seem like a vocal powerhouse on the whole group might seem like a vocal powerhouse on social media, but you're not in the real world. It's nothing. It's literally nothing.
Well, whoever told Eric July to stop responding to people on Twitter was a genius, because that man was sinking his own damn ship. So I don't know,
dude. I said when I spoke to him and I gave him some advice, that was the advice I gave him, and he completely called me out and told me I was a dick. And then later, I think one of his little minions said, "Do that."
Oh God!
So he did it.
Well,
sorry, carry on.
That whole thing about we will win, though.
Yeah.
It's like it should be we will win your money, because that's all they're winning. They're winning your money.
Yeah.
And to go on what you were saying about like the whole advice and stuff, or like he's kind of backed off. No, he hasn't backed off Twitter. What he does is he gaslights the idiots.
I muted him a long time ago. So
yeah, he's got useful idiots that he has go out for him.
Oh yeah, all the tards. Sure, yeah, they're well, I wouldn't say everywhere. They definitely flock together. That's for sure. You get one, you get a pack of them. It's crazy.
And and the weird thing is, because somebody brought up Vicky, I'm like, Vicky went from attacking him to defending him.
Whatever works best for the situation, whatever argument she's making or what point she's making, she'll just take whichever side.
Yeah, it's what it looks
and
like.
And then pretend to be fair and even because she takes both sides. No, you're just picking and choosing what fits your little argument at the time.
And how would you take anyone serious who does that?
She's just a professional Karen, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
but when he came in and he tried to big league me on my campaign, he thought he was by giving me $700, and I was like,
"Oh yeah,
keep your money or whatever." You know how many people they message me and they're like, seeing him act that way towards another indie creator completely turned them off to all of Eric July and all of his his charisma, just like a switch. So I was like, great. I'm glad that experience could serve as a perfect example of who he is inside. Like not all of the propaganda that he constantly repeats and puts in people's brains until they start clicking on everything that he puts out. No, this is really him. He's a giant fucking douche.
I mean, look, if he really wanted to help you, he would have just made a donation and kept his mouth shut.
Or even just retweeted. He could have just retweeted and said, "Hey, check this guy out" or something. Yeah, he could have made me look like a complete ass, but he didn't. Not only that, but he was also. It all started when he was picking on B.A. Turner, like out of nowhere. He starts picking on B.A. Turner, who he said something that he didn't really say, and so he would not retract. He would not apologize. He would not say, "Hey, maybe you're right. I was wrong." Any of that, he couldn't do it. And that's a huge red flag, for people who aren't completely owned by their own ego. You're like, oh shit, that guy's kind of weird.
Yeah, I have never heard him say sorry for anything.
Yeah, or my bad, or whatever.
Well, if he has said my bad, it's passing, passive aggressive.
Yeah. Passive aggressive, exactly.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like, how many times have you heard Ethan say sorry? About 3 or 4 times a string.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah,
and so he should. So he should.
But it's
more.
Like one of those things. Is like, what does Cecil say? It's like, it's like people have a BS meter. People can smell it, they can sense it, and everything. And once they do, and some people they just don't have the ability to see what's right and wrong, or or they have empathy for other people. What are they called? Sociopaths or psychopaths?
Yeah.
I guarantee you there are people who just can't see the BS that's happening right in front of them.
Nope.
Yeah. Guarantee there's people who just don't. I'd love to be that fucking stupid.
Well, and some people are so emotionally, invested, they can't back up now. They can't say, "Whoops, I was wrong," because they have so much writing on it of their, a little bit of their own emotional personality is like hooked onto what happens to Eric July. That's the only thing I could think of. Like, why else does this dude have so many white knights? I've never seen that. It's very rare. Put it that way.
Never seen that outside of a Twitch thought.
It's like an e-thought.
Yeah.
Eric's OnlyFans.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it is.
Yeah. Those hairy shoulders.
And like I say, I don't. If people genuinely like his stuff and they like him and want to support him, fine, do it. Just don't fall for the bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't. When the guy sat there telling you how to make comics, how to do this, and this is the way you should do things, and don't fall for it. Do things the way you want to do them.
Yeah, you mean God's gift to comics?
Yeah, or take advice from people who've done it and been there. And
yeah,
I mean, even like a new creator who's thinking of like doing crowdfunding a book or something. I'll say, yeah, you can take advice from people like Ethan and John and Shane and whatever, but bear in mind that they're on a different level to you. You need to also be looking for advice from like people lesser known. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, sure.
Because what works for Ethan, what Ethan can do, might not work for you. So don't take it as gospel and don't blame him when you've done it verbatim and it hasn't worked for you because you haven't got following and you haven't got this. You've got to keep. You haven't got the talent. You've just got to be careful with what bits of advice you take fully on board, and you always have to tailor it to where you are. Look to people who are successful, who are kind of on your level. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Not that I mean,
well,
I hate saying there's levels because it's like.
Well, no. So one of the things I first did when I was like, okay, I'm going to try to get into, marketing online and really lean into this kind of stuff. I started my own channel, was it 2 or 3 years ago now, and interviewed anybody who would come on and talk to and pick their brain and saw their different experiences and listen to everything they had to say, not just about, their product, but also, their experience and, what happened to them along their own journey, their own path. So, yeah. And that's half of the fun of doing this. And I don't know, some people, they skip a lot of that by having a lot of money.
yeah. There's a few of those. About.
Well, like here's the thing too. Like, think about this, right? I mean, I'm 5'8". I'm a short guy. If I let's say what was his name? Spud Webb. You remember him? He was a 5'8" guy that could dunk a basketball.
Yeah.
Like, if I grew up doing everything that he did, eating everything that he ate, training every day the same way he did, does that mean I'm going to be able to dunk a basketball and win millions of dollars in the NBA? No. No, it doesn't translate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I can't expect even if I put all the effort and work. But here's the thing: am I going to be better than if I didn't? Absolutely. But it's not a guarantee. I think he kicked himself. But it's the same thing. It's like I could get all the equipment that you have, Peter, all the the tools and everything, and draw and practice and practice and practice. Does that mean I'm going to be able to draw Jack the Ripper? No.
Eventually.
No, I can get close, but it's not going to. It's just it's the same thing with Del Keown. It's like talent. People are taking away talent, and they're like this sense of entitlement just coming in, and they're not based in reality. It's like you got guys like JDA's like who's well off. He never had to struggle for anything. He created this whole deal with whatever he's got, with his channel and all that stuff. More power to him. But that doesn't mean you're going to be as good as Chuck Dixon or as good as Mike Barron or as good as Alan Moore. You're not going to be those guys. You just don't have the talent.
Yeah, that's always a big argument that kicks off on Twitter about whether that kind of stuff can be learned. And to a degree, yeah. I mean, like I say, you can get close, but you've got to have that spark. You've got to have that thing, I mean, I could draw something, and to the average person, I could fool them into thinking Dale had drawn it. But anyone who knows what they're looking at would be like, that is nothing like Dale's work.
Right.
You know what I mean? That you can do that kind of stuff.
Well, it's the same thing. You could look at me and say, oh, wow, look at all his muscles and all that stuff. But then, like, okay, that's just looking at my picture. But then you have me side by side with Ronnie Coleman. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Or Dorian Yates. He's a British guy. Dorian Yates, and I will look like a tiny person. And won't look as good. And
lightweight.
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, hey, I don't know what. I guess it's just entitled generation. They just don't want to realize that. You know what? It is. There's a reason. There's a reason that only so few actually make it.
Like with art, you've got like this whole AI thing going on. I suppose for you, that'd be like these dickheads that inject themselves with oil and that stuff. The fake muscles.
Yeah. The synthol. It's called synthol. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff.
What is that stuff, anyways? I see it every now and again.
It's an oil base, and it like stays in the muscle. But what it actually does, it eventually deteriorates your body.
Ugh.
Yeah, and it basically it turns your blood into like tomato paste.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's that. I mean, most of those guys die young.
I can imagine.
And they look horrible. Like, what? I don't get it.
See, but it started. Here's the funny thing. It started almost all the stuff that you see in that. It started in bodybuilding, but the bodybuilders did it little. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to like kind of help them with certain areas that they may have trouble. Like for me, genetically, I have small calves. I have big thighs, but my calves look I got donkey legs. You know what I mean? And like, so a lot of guys, they'll take that stuff and they'll inject it into their calves just to fill them out more. And, some guys, they do it on their shoulder too, just to kind of make it pop a little bit. So they have that dramatic stuff, but it all goes down to what Peter was talking about. Like, with like, some people are just not going to be at that level. And so they try to find other ways. And people say, well, you just have to take steroids. I'm like, listen, if they're already up on stage in bodybuilding, they're already on steroids.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's steroids are like it's already a part of the whole deal. Pretty much, even
because they cycle on and off of it, right?
Yeah,
like even the actors and all that shit do that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like Hainsworth. You see that picture where he's like curling and his arms are like, and he's got like big old veins. And I'm like, okay, all right, he's on some Primo or he's on some.
It's all just water, though, isn't it?
Huh? Say again, John?
I had a mate that was addicted to doing steroids, and he got really big. But you got to keep it up, or otherwise, if you stop, it all just disappears. It's just pumping your body up with water. It's fake, really. It's not.
What it is like your body, your
strength from
your
looking
body,
at you, Dave Bautista.
No, his is because he went vegan, so he's losing muscle mass.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You can maintain it afterwards, Johnny, but it's like a lot of guys, once they stop, like you can get addicted to it because you're not addicted to the actual chemical. You're addicted to the way it makes you look, and you're addicted to the the aesthetics. The pump, the pump. It's like coming in the gym. No, that's a great movie. If you guys haven't seen that, it's hilarious to me. I laugh so hard watching that movie.
Hell yeah.
But it what happens is your muscles retain more water because it's producing more golly, I can't think of the name of it is, but your protein receptors are more on, like they're more elevated, so you can add more and more mass and stuff like that. And people think like steroids is just like a term that encompasses a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And there's like different types that do different things. You know, it's like cortisone is a steroid. People like cortisone's a steroid. Albuterol is this stuff for, you know, if you got like a respiratory issue right now, you know, that stuff's a steroid. It's just, you know, certain ones, you know, can help you develop muscle mass. I take, and I'm not ashamed of it. I take Serpinate, which is just testosterone.
Right.
And but I take.
Oh no! Somebody's going to clip that. It's going to be all over the place.
No. I've already admitted that. I take like. There are some people that we know on streams and stuff, and they take it, and they told me, it's like, oh yeah, I take this much. I'm like, I'm taking a third of that, and I'm like, I'm bigger than you. I'm like,
I've heard that you can overdo it and burn your body out on tea, you know, making its own tea. So then you're like dependent on it. Then
that's when the balloons start to, you know, shrink up.
Yeah.
But the good thing about that, people, is that the doctors have stuff for that too. There's a pill you can take to kind of like flip the switch back on, and like, you know, the boys get, you know, and actually guys have done that too much, and they've actually increased their ball size.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so I mean, it's
mine get in the way as it is, so I wouldn't want them any bigger. So
I'll tell you what, you mentioned cortisone. That stuff is magic.
But
I had major problems for a while with like
wrist?
You know, drawing all the time. Yeah. So, well, I had a problem with my back. I had to have surgery and various things, and obviously that affects your shoulders and your arms and everything. So for a while, I couldn't do anything, couldn't work, and I was like halfway through drawing the first Jack the Ripper book. It's like, I've got to get this book finished. The doctor said I can give you cortisone injections. I'm like, okay, we'll try that. It's like, wow, I feel like a teenager again. Yeah.
Well,
and then I stopped doing it, and all the aches and pains came back. It's like, no, you're an old man.
Well, I mean, if you like, I'm 45, and like once you hit 35, it's kind of like all of a sudden the power to the engine just fell off, and you just nosedive, like an airplane. And that's what happened to me. And like, okay, well, you know, you go get your hormone checked. You're like, okay, like all this stuff, like you can, and that's the thing. It's like people they think it's a magic sauce. Yeah, they call it the sauce. That's funny, but they think it's a magic sauce and that it's going to change everything. Or you're going to get huge. You're going to get ripped and all this stuff. If you're not eating correctly, to grow your muscles, and if you're not training, you're basically just doing the low dose steroid or low dose testosterone just to feel better about yourself.
I think Patrick Quinlan in the chat, you think he's got it right. Jay is a druggo. Yep, that's what it is. It's official.
Hey, I lasted until I was 44 years old. I was like, I got to the point where I was going to the gym, and I'm like, they're having to drag me in because I didn't want to do anything. And I was like, okay, you know, I went to the doctor and they got my hormones checked, and they're like, okay, this is getting bad. And they're like, okay, give it. And then 2 weeks later, it's like I was 18. I said, yeah. I mean, at the end of that week, Miss Bama was running from me.
Yeah, was it just a constant erection? Holy shit!
It was like it was hard to go to the bathroom in the morning. You know what I mean? It's like that goes toilet seat. What the?
God damn it!
What was that 40-year virgin where he wakes up and he's just like peeing on himself? Yeah.
Try to figure out how to pee. Yeah.
And you know, some dude, like I was massively overweight. Some guys it doesn't affect, and some guys it does. You know, it's the same. Some people, people are different.
Yeah, biggest problem I had, because I was like, for a big chunk in the middle of my life, I worked as a chef. I kind of stopped it. I did art, then a chef, then back to art. Worked as a chef, and the second I stopped working as a chef and went back to doing art, going from sweating in the kitchen every day and like, working like a dog, to sat down like drawing stuff, I just went huge. I think I've actually had pictures online of me when I looked like Jabba the fucking Hutt. I looked like Cecil when he was fat. I looked like fat Cecil. Awful.
Are you a trained chef? Do you go to school for it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I went to college and university and did art school and all that stuff. And while I was at art school, I kind of started working a bar job, just for cash, while I was a student. And then I worked at like quite a posh hotel, and the head chef was down south, and the head chef was the only other northerner there. So he's like, "Do you want to train to be a chef?" I'm like, "Yeah, go on then." Fine. And he's like quite a well-known chef. So I started training with him, and then kind of fell into that, and the art kind of took a back. I still did it, but yeah. So I trained with him as sort of back in the day when you did like apprenticeships. So you'd be, he took me under his wing and taught me everything, and then I did all the qualifications after he'd shown me how to do it. So I didn't go to chef school. I trained with him, and then just went and did all the qualifications. Yeah. I did that for like 26 years.
Was it Gordon Ramsay?
Damn. No, it wasn't Gordon Ramsay. It was someone more northern.
Is Gordon northern?
I suppose is he? I think he is, but it doesn't sound it. It just sounds like a twat.
I think he's like Midland.
Midland.
Yeah. I'm not a fan. I used to be a fan of Gordon Ramsay, and then he kind of started doing the TV shows, and all the shows kind of turned from being about food to being about kind of
hotel hell.
Yeah, it kind of all went a little bit reality TV and that kind of shit.
Oh, come on! Well, like when he was in America and he was going to when he brought his show from over there to over here, it was hysterical.
Oh, that was good. Kitchen. I enjoyed that. Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Hell's Kitchen and the other one.
Hell's Kitchen. What's the other one?
Kitchen Nightmares. Kitchen Nightmares.
I love that show.
That was great. But that when he went over to the States to do it, it kind of started off well, and then around about season 3, it started being about let's write loving letters to all the other people, and let's get touchy feely and fuck off. Shout at them for having a dirty kitchen. Shout.
Yeah, the original British ones are the best. Where they ended they ended the intro of the show with like a butcher's knife just getting impaled onto the wall, like
yeah. There was one. He went into one of the kitchens, and it's just like the clip of it I saw before watching. They have like the clips at the start. The clip was "you dirty fuckers." He was just standing looking. I don't know what he was looking at, but he's like, "You dirty disgust." I thought this is going to be a good one, and that was kind of the last good one, really.
There was one where he was in a Mexican restaurant. I can't remember what it was, but it was here, and they had like a little garbage bin. The way the garbage bins look, right? The gray you like industrial ones, just filled with refried beans. And he's like, "What is this shit?" And he brings it.
That was the one. That's the one where we screamed at them about because there was beans all up the wall or some shit, and no one had cleaned it. It had been there for days. It's just like,
and he just dumped it on the floor.
Yeah, and then he storms out into the restaurant and said, "We're closing down." And I think that was the first time he did that properly. And then, like almost every episode, he'd be like, "Oh, we're closing it down," and it'd all be for show because it wasn't as bad as he said.
Well, I think too. And they made him like mellow out because let's just face it, American audiences are more sensitive than over there.
Yeah.
I've
noticed
they can't handle a Brit just yelling obscenities at them without
But I mean,
the feelings getting hurt.
The way he kind of acted, the way he'd act and the way he'd swear and shout, that's exactly what it's like working in a kitchen. Exactly what it's like.
Yes.
The head chef will call you every name under the sun. And if you fuck up, he will make you shuffle across the kitchen with your pants around your ankles and a sausage up your arse. You know, he'll do that shit. He'll do that shit and suck in your thumb. You know.
Yeah, and if the sausage drops, you have to pick it up and take a bite.
Exactly. Yeah, take a bite out of it. Do it again. If you're really unlucky, you're trying to squeeze that much sausage into your butt crack, and it's all going to go wrong. Everyone's going. It's just, and it gets really sad. It goes from everyone laughing to everyone just like uncomfortably shuffling and looking at the floor. Oh.
Well, see, if they're links though, it can turn into a Dungeoneer thing. You know what I mean?
Holy shit!
Oh God! Uh-oh. Don't pull it.
Dungeoneers, bunch of
Oh my gosh.
There you go. I bet you never thought we'd get onto the subject of sausages and
sausages in my bum.
Sausage in my bum, governor. It's a sausage in my bum.
Wait, Johnny, I appreciate you sending me the link. I got to get ready, start getting prepared for a hurricane heading my way.
Oh shit!
So, yeah.
I got to head out as well. Only my hurricane is 2 kids, so I got to head out as well. So thank you, I appreciate it. Jay, good seeing you again. Peter, nice meeting you. Sorry to step on your toes there, Jay. Johnny, thank you for having me on, and hopefully I'll be back. So in the meantime, see you, chat. See you guys. I will see you, I'm sure, around on time. Right on.
Yeah, sorry to leave you like this. I just I got to go eat, and like I wanted to come by because I told you I'd try to. So yeah, don't worry. Hurricane like
Jay is nice.
Oh yeah. Well, don't worry because like houses here, they're rated to take up to 300-mile-an-hour winds.
Holy shit!
Yeah, like everything's brick here, in Florida. Like it's the only problems that you see is like places the houses are too old or it's on the coast. Yeah, I'm in Orlando. It's not so bad. So thanks for having me, Johnny. Peter, it was good talking to y'all. And,
nice one, Jake.
Hail Confiscate, hail chat.
See you, man.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And then there was 2. We're supposed to be getting the hurricane. Yeah, we're supposed to be getting the hurricane this coming week. Yeah. It's supposed to be hitting our shores.
Pissing down all day. Fucking
well, that's probably it. That's probably all we're going to get. That was probably it. We just all go into a panic when there's a slight breeze. Oh my God, the bin blew over.
Yeah, they proper exaggerate it over here, don't they? Like a fence will blow over or something. That's like a proper disaster.
Yeah, and then the newspapers don't help.
I can live in America.
Yeah.
Like if you had a house in America, I think that's why they build them all out of wood over there, innit? So they can rebuild them quicker if they have disasters and stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
Their houses are like temporary, aren't they?
It's like when we have like cold winters, and then when I used to like hang around with like NASA back in the day. He lives in Chicago. I haven't doxed him. People know he lives in Chicago, and it was like winter over here, and I was like, oh my God, it's like -11. It's freezing. The slightest any drops of water, like all the drains are frozen, and the heating keeps shutting down because all the pipes are frozen up. And he's like, it's -35 here. I'm like, fuck. I'll shut up then. I'll just shut up.
How do you feel about the War of 1812? I think we were cheated, Patrick. I think you cheated. We should have won.
I think, yeah. I mean, Google it. Google it to see if you would have won. Google, would America
if you
have
wouldn't
won
let the French helping out?
If it wasn't for the French and the Dutch?
Yeah, they needed the French and the Dutch to save them. We didn't do that.
Whilst we were fighting a war in the West Indies, we were busy. The Navy was over there dealing with pirates and cunts. We was busy. Try it again without the French. That's what I'm saying. Try it again. Anyone ever? Go on. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, mate. I was going to say in a bit, I don't know if he's definitely coming on, but he said he's going to try. We got a Comicsgate King coming on, maybe, possibly.
Holy shit.
He's,
Well, Liam.
No, not Liam.
Is it Liam?
Better than that.
Better than Liam. Oh God, I don't even know who's in there anymore. In the Comicsgate King. Mandy's a Comicsgate King. She never goes on.
Yeah,
she never goes on.
I'd love to get Mandy on.
Because it's a dirty.
As one of my
it's a dirty sausage fest. Not going to let a lady loose in there with all the I think she kind of gets a bit intimidated as well because they were all like, you know, worked at Marvel and DC and places for years, and yeah.
Yeah,
you should ask her. Ask Mandy to come on.
Like you said,
she will. I'm sure she will.
Yeah. I'll try and get her on when you come on one time. It might make her feel a bit more comfortable.
Maybe. To be honest, the last time I streamed with Mandy, we were, I think it was me, Shane, Mandy, and Dale. Maybe Dale. Yeah, Dale was there. I can't remember who else. We were just messing about, talking, you know, as you do. And I was kind of joking about, oh yeah, when Mandy sends me a script, it's all like really retarded, and I have to kind of fix it. I have to fix it and draw it all properly and all that. I was joking. It was a joke. We were all laughing. All of us were laughing. It was a joke. Of course, some clown on Twitter like clips that one little bit of me saying that stuff. And look, see, it's proof. She doesn't. No, you dickheads. And they're going to clip that now when I've just said that bit before. They'll clip that too. You'll see, twice he said it now. I didn't mean it. It was a joke.
Yeah.
It was clearly a joke at the time. I was doing a sarcastic voice. Although maybe my sarcastic voice sounds the same as my normal one to Americans. Don't know. Possible. Very possible.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just goes over their head, doesn't it? We're a bit dry.
Yeah. No, I was kind of... I did dumb it down for them. You have to dumb it down for the Yanks. I'm joking. That's a joke as well. I must say, I've got to point out that was a joke. What have you been up to, Johnny? Have you seen any good films? Watched any good movies?
I watched Joker 2 earlier.
So did I, mate. I watched it the other day. I saw it on Friday. What did you think?
I don't think it was that bad. A lot of people are saying it was shit. It was all right. It wasn't that bad, really.
I thought it dragged a bit in the middle. I kind of get the, you know, the thing with the musical numbers. I kind of get that because he's like, you know, he's having a psychotic break, so stuff's going to happen, and that kind of fits. But I don't know, it got a bit much. There was a couple of the musical bits that were like,
yeah, probably wasn't needed. Like the first film was all right. That was good as a standalone film. I don't think we probably didn't need to extend it, but.
Yeah, I think that maybe the first couple of musical bits were okay because it kind of fitted with what was going on and like how his mind was cracking, sort of thing. But then it seemed later on they were just throwing them in because musical, you know. I don't know.
I was watching this other thing as well on Netflix. Is a series called The Night Manager. It's quite good. It's got
Oh yeah.
It's got the guy who plays Loki out of the Avengers.
I've seen that, yeah. The one, is that the one is it The Hotel Abroad or something like that? Or... Yeah.
Working MI5 and stuff like that. Quite
yeah,
good.
man, yeah. It's only like 3 or 4 episodes, isn't it? Or something like that? Or is it just, is it one big thing now?
It was about 4 episodes, I think. It was all right for a short series. I just flick through things random nowadays.
Yeah, I've kind of been, I mean, I always watch horror movies, but that's kind of all I've been watching lately. Apart from the Joker, everything's been, I watched the new version of Salem's Lot. That was good. That was really good. I enjoyed that. I watched it.
To that.
Yeah, there's been, well, there was 1979 one, the one with David Soul, you know, Hutch. From Starsky and Hutch. And then they remade it in 2000. They did a sequel as well, like Return to Salem's Lot. And yeah, the second one and the sequel-y thing were just crap, you know. But this new one, yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I like to watch things and decide for myself. So I always try and avoid reading what other people think before I go into it.
Are you a fan of?
Go on.
Are you a fan of the Halloween franchise? Do you like Halloween?
Yeah. I mean, some of them.
I used to love that.
Some of them are kind of a bit crap, but you expect that, you know. It's like Friday the 13th movies. They're not all, you know, they're not all masterpieces.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Recently, I rewatched all the Friday the 13th and all the Halloweens and all the Nightmare on Elm Streets. Just horror movie frenzy.
I was watching a documentary about it, and apparently, originally, John Carpenter wasn't going to carry on the Michael Myers character. It was going to be like different things for each.
Yeah. It was different theme for each one.
Michael Myers so much that he just kept running through.
Yeah. Well, that's how the third one happened. You know, Season of the Witch. That's like nothing to do with Michael Myers.
Yeah.
The one with the masks and stuff, which people hate.
That was really weird. That one, wasn't it? That was.
Yeah. It's not a bad movie. But people don't like it.
Yeah, if you ignore,
Michael Myers.
If you forget about Michael Myers,
yeah,
you got to watch it as a standalone movie, ain't you? That's the thing.
To be honest, I find that with a lot of things I was going to say, especially with stuff like that's been adapted from a book or maybe like the remaking a movie. Sometimes you have to forget that the other thing exists and just watch it for what it is. You know, like there's a lot of people complaining about this new Salem's Lot movie, and it's because it's not exactly like the book. So it's like, yeah, but do you want to see that exact thing again? You know, what's the point? Just going, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't mind it so much. The only time I get really pissy about stuff like that is like with that Rings of Power thing, that Tolkien stuff, because it's like if it was faithful to like the Tolkien stuff, because it's all there. He wrote everything, you know. All the histories and like what everything looks like, and you know, it's all documented there. You don't need to make up random shit. That you know.
Yeah, I tried watching it. I tried watching one episode of it, and I just didn't like it straight away. Even before I knew it wasn't Tolkien's work, like it hit me. Showing Galadriel as a little warrior and stuff like that. It was weird.
I think if it wasn't Tolkien, if they changed the names and it was just a fantasy series, it'd be okay, you know. But it's I don't know. I watched a couple of the new ones because I don't know. Do you know Tom Bombadil? He's like
big,
you know, he wasn't in the Jackson movies because I don't know why. I guess they were too long already or something. I don't know.
But he was a big character in the books, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's an important character, even though he's not in it a great deal. And they put him in the new one. So I thought, I'm going to have to watch it to see what they do. And they kind of got him right, but it's in that series, so fuck it. He's a little bit right and a little bit, but it's a little bit weird. It's, what's his name plays him? Rory Kinnear, you know, Roy Kinnear's lad?
I've heard of him. I'll have to look him up.
You'd know him if you saw him. Yeah, he plays him, and he's got the West Country accent and stuff going on, and you know. But
I liked him in the books because he was kind of like Tolkien's take on the Green Man, wasn't he? Like spirit of
exactly,
nature. Like
exactly, yeah, exactly. But he's he's just, I don't know. In the TV series, it's a little bit like it's like he's talking gibberish, but he's making sense, and he's being all mysterious and, you know, clever and whatever. It's Rings of Power, it's dog shit. It's just all bollocks. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. Shouldn't have brought that one up. Yeah, no, I've been watching watching a bunch of horror stuff. I watched there's a movie called Speak No Evil.
Right.
It's from, and it was made. The original movie was 2022, so not that long ago they made it, but it was like a European production. So there's like a family from the Netherlands and a family from, I can't remember now. I want to say Finland or somewhere. Anyway, they meet on holiday, and then later on, after they've both gone back home, they kind of agree to meet up, and one family goes to visit the other. And it all involves horrible, like, child abuse and nastiness. It's fucking vile. It's got the most bleak, depressing ending. You know, everyone dies at the end, and it's grim. The children get whisked away by shady men, and bad things are going to happen. It's really, really grim. And they decided to remake it this year, starring James McAvoy for the American market. And it's just, you know, and there's a happy ending to it and all this shit. It's like, oh, fuck off. Why? Why did you do that?
I watched this really creepy one a couple of weeks ago. It was called Mum and Dad. Have you ever watched that?
Oh! Yeah!
It's kind of like a take on like a sort of Fred West kind of couple.
Yes, yeah.
That's a really twisted film. That weird.
Yeah, they'll remake it now, and it'll be god awful. But I don't see the point in remaking a movie like 2 years apart. They did it a while back with The Grudge and The Grudge and the Ring. Those horror movies, like they made an American version. Just don't. Is it that difficult because you might have to watch some subtitles? You know. Is it? And that's Speak No Evil. I mean, the first part of it, because they're from different countries, but their shared language is English. So occasionally, when they're talking to each other as couples, these two families, they'll speak their own language, and there'll be subtitles. It's maybe 10% of the film, if that. The rest of it's in English. But I think maybe the ending was too bleak for them. It's kind of a cautionary tale on meeting people and trusting people, and meeting strangers and going, you know, that kind of thing. When you don't really know someone, it's that kind of shit. And the new one, to be honest, the new one, I kind of didn't watch it all. I kind of skipped to the end, just see what they did with the ending. And in the original one, I mean, it's been out for 2 years, spoiler, whatever. But yeah, the daughter gets taken away from them. They try and escape from this weird family. Daughter gets grabbed, snatched by these shady brown men from a deserty country, you know, and they're going to do stuff to her, take her away, cut her tongue out so she can't fucking take the parents out to a quarry in the middle of nowhere, make them strip off and stone them to death. And it ends with the camera panning out from 2 fucking bloody corpses. That's the end. It's bleak. It's fucking bleak. But it's a really good movie. It's a really good movie. And the new one, it's like, well, the kids get revenge, and it's bullshit. It's fucking awful. It's a happy ending for the American market. James McAvoy should be ashamed of himself for being a part of it.
Are you old enough? Are you old enough to remember when The Exorcist came out, Peter? Can you, or is that a bit before your time?
Yeah, before my time. When did that come out? When did it?
It's like late 60s, I think.
Oh God,
70s.
yeah, I'm not that old. 73. Yeah, no, I was 3 years old.
Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't think you were that old. I thought you might have. Yeah, because I remember when I was younger, my dad saying that when it first came out, The Exorcist, they were like priests standing outside the cinemas, like warning you not to go in and stuff like that. They took it really serious.
Some of it was real. Some of it was put on by the movie companies. You know, there was a lot of the trailers for it that, you know, like, they'd show on the TV. they'd be talking about people fainting and throwing up and stuff in the audience, and it was all kind of bullshit. Most of it was bullshit, you know. Because, I mean, it's scary, but it's not that scary. They try it every now and then when a new movie will come out and they say, it's so terrible, people were throwing up and like running out of the theatre. Were they really? I don't think so. I think they tried it with those terrifying movies. They tried that pack of advertising. Yeah. And they're good, and they are pretty grim, pretty fucking gory. But
I like the there was some good horror movies with Robert Englund where he played like a weird hillbilly. I can't think of the name. It was recent. It was a few quite.
Oh God!
They're like a hillbilly family, and they run like a circus or something. It's weird. I can't think of the name. Someone in the chat will know. Someone must know.
Oh, was it? Oh, God damn it! I can kind of almost see the movie poster in my head, and I can't think what it is.
He wears like a clown face, and he got a top hat.
I know what you mean, but I can't.
Yeah, they were good films though. I just can't think of the name. I watched them a couple of months back.
Yeah. I mean,
I like ones like that. Like if you like The Hills Have Eyes and
yeah. See, that's a weird one as well. They remade The Hills Have Eyes. They remade Wrong Turn as well. For some reason. Anything that was kind of cool back in the day, they remade, like I Spit on Your Grave, that's been remade. They remade it and did
Devil's Rejects.
Devil Rejects was fantastic. I love those movies. Sometimes you let Rob Zombie do his thing and he does good, and then sometimes he makes the monsters.
Wow, ApplePitz.
Yeah.
5 years old, went to see driving. Nice.
Jesus. 5. God. I mean, I think the first like proper horror movie I saw, I probably would have been 11 or 10 or 11. Like getting hold of a VHS and like sneaking home at lunchtime to my mates and like watching a horror movie and then wondering why I turned out the way I did.
I think the first proper horror movie I watched when I was younger was like probably Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger.
That's the first one. The first, I mean, I watched like Hammer horror and stuff like that. They were always on TV. Yeah. But the first proper one would have been probably Elm Street. Yeah, that first Elm Street. And that just, and then we were watching like Evil Dead and all kinds of shit. That started the ball rolling. You know, it was like, getting into all that fucking. I think maybe, I don't know, does The Omen count as a proper horror movie? Like that kind of stuff? It's not really, is it? It's a horror movie, but it's not.
It's more like The Exorcist, isn't it? It's like psychological.
Yeah, it's not like a gore kind of fest. Plus, I mean, it doesn't fit in the same boat as like the slashers.
Like, I've never been into like the paranormal kind of movies about ghosts and stuff. I kind of like slasher movies. If I'm going to watch a horror movie, I want it to be scary and like realistic.
Yeah.
Like you can imagine someone doing a Michael Myers or something like that. It's kind of, it's possible.
Oh God, yeah. 100%. It's like, I mean, I didn't mind. I quite liked that first Paranormal Activity movie. Just because you didn't know what was going to happen. It was the first movie to kind of do that kind of thing. It's one of those things where, you know, because it's viewed through the security cameras, isn't it, that they put around the house. So you're sitting watching the screen. It's a really clever way of doing it. You're watching the screen. You're looking for things like the door moving or something falling off the side, and you're just so intensely watching that when something does happen, it fucking gets you, you know? But then they overdo it. Everyone tried to do it, and they did like 5 sequels to it. It's same with Blair Witch Project. The first one was great, and then they did sequel. The sequel was ass, and then the remake was just like pointless. Very bizarre. This thing about remaking stuff that doesn't need remaking. I mean, if there's a good premise for a movie, but it's badly executed and it's kind of a crappily made movie, then remake that. I don't mind that. But if something's a classic and something's really, really good as it is, don't be doing that.
Like the Judge Dredd movies. I think that was a good remake when they done that. Like the Sylvester Stallone one was a bit tongue in cheek, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I watched them both again not long back. I think actually we've been talking about it on here, maybe. So I went and watched them. Yeah. So I went and watched them again just to see. The Stallone one, the bit where he's out in the cursed earth with the Angel Gang, that was kind of cool. I like that. I thought Mean Machine was good, really well done. Bits of it were really well done.
Yeah, I see it a bit like when Tim Burton done Batman. He's just like took the best bits and put it all in one film. Sort of thing.
Yeah. It's like in the Stallone Dredd, the bit where Rico goes to, after he first escapes, and he goes to that like old pawn shop, and Ian Jury's the bloke behind the counter, and it's got the ABC Warriors all propped up in the corner and shit. That was good. That bit, there's little bits of it that are cool, a little nods, and then Dredd takes his helmet off and stuff and starts kissing and Judd Anderson, and it's all what the fuck. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Yeah. But I can see that's. I've never really looked into it, but I can see that being Stallone's fault. It's probably part of his contract. Got to take the helmet off. Otherwise, what's the point? That's one thing Carl Urban, well done for not taking the helmet off in the second one.
And the thing is with Stallone as well, he actually looked good for the Judge Dredd role. He had the strong jaw line, and he fitted the comic book Dredd.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was kind of looking into bits as I was watching them. I was kind of like flicking through Google and like, how did they do that, and what was the reason they made different choices. The judge uniforms were designed by Hugo Boss or someone like that, like a really famous like fashion designer.
Uniforms.
Yeah. Which is kind of makes sense because the judge uniforms are not massively distant from.
But they are very. Judges kind of are quite fascist, aren't they? That's the whole point of them. They're like judge, jury, and executioner. There's no need for.
Oh, and in the Stallone movie, there's the weird thing where they tried to give him a catchphrase. Like, I knew you were going to say that. That's his catchphrase. And he keeps saying it. I knew you were going to say that. No, that's not fucking Judge catchphrases. I am the law. And I think he says that once. And the ball, Adrian.
Yeah, I used to love Judge Dredd when I was growing up. I've only recently started collecting the old hardback annuals again.
Yeah.
I've got like all the ones from the 80s and the 90s.
Oh yeah, we used to like me and my like best mate when we were growing up. It'd be my job to get certain comics every week, and his job to get other ones. So he'd get like 2000 AD, and I'd get like the Doctor Who one, and maybe like a Spider-Man or something. I don't know, can't remember. No, might have been Tank Girl, or can't remember. But yeah, so we'd always like comic day, we'd like pal around his house and my house, and we'd be like, right, you read that, I'll read this, and then we'd swap. And yeah, there was some great stuff in 2000 AD. It was a fantastic comic. It's kind of, I don't know, I kind of see, because I follow them on Twitter and whatever, and like they do the posts like when there's a new book coming out, and I just get put off by the cover art because it's all a little bit, I don't know,
commercial.
Well, that, and they're kind of leaning into the, and I hate to use the word, but leaning into the wokery a bit, and some of it's fucking awful. I mean, they used to have all kinds of different artists working on the book back in the day. You never knew what you were going to get. You didn't know who was going to be drawing Dredd that week, or but at least you were getting people like Bisley and whatever doing it. And now it's like you look at it and it looks like some twat off Tumblr's drawing it, you know. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
I always want to reply to them every time they put a cover up. I always want to reply like, Jesus Christ, just employ me, for fuck's sake. Let me do one cover. But I bite my tongue. I always bite my tongue with these people. It's
I've got some of the proper ones from like 1989 here, the hardcover ones. And the art in them was amazing. It's hard to see, but there was some brilliant artwork.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Look at it, man. They were great. They were really great. Yeah, Cammy, Judge Death would be hard to do. You know, well, they could do it now, probably. They could probably manage it now.
There's a few evil judges, isn't there? You got Judge Death.
Yeah.
There's like 3 of them altogether. Fear, yeah.
Mortis.
Yeah, that's it. Mortis, yeah.
The Dark Judges were fucking great. So I always like Bisley's stuff, doing like that kind of stuff. One of my favourites is still the crossover with Batman. That was great. Really good.
Yeah, that was a brilliant one. Yeah, I like that. There was another one as well. What was it? Fucking hell. Oh, I lost it now. Yeah, there was another. It was an off-spin story from 2000 AD, and it was called like the Coca-Cola Commandos. Have you ever heard of them?
It sounds familiar, but I don't really remember. You'd have to remind me what it was.
It was set in Judge Dredd's world, but they were like a sort of a rebel unit that worked for Coca-Cola. They were like, it was something weird like that. It's strange. The Coca-Cola Commandos. You have to look them up. I vaguely remember this story.
I'm gonna write that down. I'm an artist and I can't find a fucking pen. I just picked up a stylus. A stylus ain't going to do the job. Jesus Christ.
It might have just been Cola Commandos maybe, but they were based on Coca-Cola. It was like a rip-off, like a homage to it.
Okay, now every pen I've picked up's a fucking brush pen. Come on. Just a normal pen, please. There we go. Oh no, can't write on that. Right.
The actor who plays Alien in Romulus would be a great Judge Death. I don't think I've watched Romulus.
That's the new one, isn't it?
Yeah, I've watched the old Aliens. I've never really watched the newer ones.
I didn't mind it actually. I thought it was okay. But there's a few weird choices in it, and it gets a bit weird towards the end. But yeah, I was all right with it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to think, what the general consensus is, but I rarely listen to what people say.
Yeah. This is Adam Webber said the actor who plays the alien would make a good Judge Death. I'm not sure which actor he's on about. Favourite dead sign off.
Yeah, they'd have to have.
My favourite.
I mean, if they did the movie with the Dark Judges, it'd have to be like practical costumes, not maybe you could throw a bit of CGI in just to help it along, but I mean I suppose you'd have to, one's got a skull, big sheep skull for a head, Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? If they make a film about stuff like that nowadays, they'll probably just overdo it and ruin it. You need some of the original writers and artists that work on Dredd.
I mean, it seems to be that Alien Romulus is a perfect example. I mean, most of that was, from what I gather, like practical effects and like back to the old alien puppets and stuff like that. And then towards the end, there's a bit too much CGI kicking around, and it got a bit weird for me. I was like, don't know. Don't ruin it. But then again, a lot of movies you find, I really love them until towards the end. Hollywood never knows how to end movies. I think maybe because they like a happy ending with stuff. So, I don't know. Yeah. It all feels a bit contrived towards the end. A lot of films do.
you doing anything for Halloween, Peter? Do you celebrate Halloween?
We usually do, yeah. Get the pumpkins. I mean, I used to do it more when I had the little kid running around, but he's grown up now, so yeah. But I still get a pumpkin and I make pumpkin stew and all that. And last year, I went out shopping. And I was just getting some food and stuff, and I found the big Halloween displays they have with all the crap, all the tat in the supermarket, and I'm like, fuck it. So I just came back with like huge pumpkin balloons and all kinds of shit. Put them all up, and the dogs went mental and hated it, and I had to take them all down again.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like, even though it's like you said, you see like aisles with Halloween stuff on, and it's all cheap tack, but it lures you to it. There's something about the human mind that likes dark and evil, and
it's also like because you've got the images of pumpkins on stuff, and that orange and black is just like draws you to it. Yeah. Whoever decided early on that Halloween colours were going to be orange and black. I mean, I suppose it comes from the pumpkin, but that was a genius move. Whichever marketing company first thought of that when they started commercialising Halloween.
When I was a kid and I used to see like Americans doing Halloween, like it's a lot cheesier over there, isn't it? Like over here, we try and dress up as something a bit scary or try and be a bit creepy.
Yeah.
You can be anything in America. You see all sorts of costumes. It's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, my local pub always does like have a Halloween party every year, and but they started doing themes. Instead of it just being a Halloween party, you can dress up as whatever you want. They started having like weird themes. Like one year it was like Dead Disney, so you had to go with a Disney character, but like a zombified one or whatever. And they've just because it's a woman who owns the pub, all the bar staff are women, so they all come up with girly shit ideas, and I just go mental at them every year. I'm like, stop it, you bunch of twats. So this year they were going to do, the theme was Grease, but like zombified dead, and it's like, no. I know you girls love that shit, but we don't. But let me come as Frankenstein or a werewolf or whatever. So I'm going to be going, but I'm going to be like, I don't know. I think I'm doing a werewolf. I've done it before, so I'm going to be a werewolf in a leather jacket. There you go. That's Grease. I always go over the top as well with my costumes. Always. Like spend ages doing them. Yeah,
I can imagine you getting right into it.
Oh, dude, I did Freddy Krueger one year, and I spent like 2 days making all the prosthetics to go on my face, and then like pretty much the whole day like sticking them on, and then doing all the burnt skin and shit, and of course I went to the party, got smashed, and like an hour in, it's too fucking hot. It's way too hot. So I go into the back, and there's a mirror, and I'm peeling my face off. And just as I'm peeling my face off, this girl walks in and screams because she walks into the like peeling his fucking face off. It's all latex, so it's like good though, good fun. Yeah, and I like made my own Freddy glove and all this. Yeah, always going over the top. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I like Frankenstein's one of my favourites, guys, because I'm tall anyway. Plus, I've got a pair of old para boots that I put like big block soles on, like so the soles are like that.
Yeah,
and I'm 6'4" anyway.
Wow.
So I'm like, yeah. So with those, I'm like 7 foot tall.
I'm 5'10". You tower right over me.
It sounds fun, but it's not, because you're constantly like ducking under things. And when you're talking to people, if you're at a party and you're like as tall as me, or you're at a club or a gig or whatever, everyone else is down here talking and they can hear each other, and I'm up here like, and all I can hear is the speaker music and stuff. So I can't hear what anyone's saying.
My mate Bjorn's all right, and he says a lot of people as well, they're like heightist. They get like, he reckons that he gets treated differently because he's really tall and people are intimidated by him.
You get a lot more aggro from people, and especially pissed up short blokes. Get a lot of aggro for no reason. Yeah. And like I say, most of the time I can't hear what anyone's fucking saying because I'm like up above them. It's
like Gandalf talking to a hobbit.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's more, plus I've got, all my life I've suffered from tinnitus. So I've constantly got this fucking, whistling noise in my head. That, and then speaker music, and everyone's down there talking. And I'm like, I'll just smile and nod, go get a pint, fuck it.
You used to be in a band as well at one point, you were saying.
Yeah, I've been in quite a few bands, yeah. That didn't help. Standing next to speaker, playing the bass, stood next to drums and stuff, and the drummer would be there with his little ear things in, and obviously your bass player, you can't do that. It's all right for drummers because they're keeping the time. Everyone else has got to listen to that fucker. I'd love not to hear what anyone's saying. Yeah, I mean it's all right until you'll see them all talking, and then one of them will look at you, and the mouth's moved, and something's been said, and you're just like, you just nod and smile or agree. You're like, yeah, and they'll look at you like, what? And because you don't know what they said. What, you agree that we should kill all? No.
Yeah, I've had that a few times where like you don't hear them, but you pretend that you did because you just don't want to keep going. What'd you say? I can't hear you.
Yeah. I do that all the time. It's like here, if I'm because of the tinnitus, certain like tones of voice and sounds just don't quite register properly.
Yeah.
So it kind of blends in, and so I'll be in the kitchen making a brew, and the kettle's on. The kettle's like chugging away, making a racket, and from the other room there'll be a voice like talking to me, and I'm like, I can't hear a word you're fucking saying. She'll learn one day. She'll fucking learn one day that I can't. Whatever. I'm sure I've agreed to shit before now when I don't know what I've agreed to. It's like we're going to that thing tonight. What thing? The thing down at the pub that said, "Oh, really? I hate those cunts."
Yeah, I was trying to get I've been looking to try and get a copy of the original Super Dead, but I think it's hard to get hold of. I can't see it on eBay or nothing.
No, I don't think there's any. Is there any on the website? Maybe not. I don't know. Let's have a look. Store. Come on. 31 quid.
31.
That's cheap. Cover A, 31. Cover B sold out. Fucking John Mayling cover sold out. Of course it did. Rare Tampa Comic Con exclusive, signed and numbered. That's expensive. Oh, we've still got Jack the Ripper first edition.
Well, there's still a few on eBay then.
No, on the Stuntman Comics website.
Oh, right. Oh, you got I didn't even realise you had your own website.
Yeah, we've got, what have we got in? We've got Super Dead 1 first printing, my cover. We've got the Tampa Comic Con version of that. And then we got Jack the Ripper Vampire Hunter first printing. We did have some, like when you get the books delivered, some of them are damaged in the crate. So we had a few of those, like not massively damaged, just like dinged, not perfect condition. Yeah. But they've all sold out, unfortunately. The one you see,
that's good though.
With Jack the Ripper, what you want to get is the copy signed by me. That's the ones you want. Unfortunately, there's only two in existence. Two in existence. One of them, Bristolian Dave's got one, and Chubb, Carl, Mary Boy's Chubb. He's got the other one. So they're the only two that are kicking around.
Bristolian Dave. He sounds good. I like him.
Bristolian Dave. He's one of the CG UK people. He doesn't really do comic stuff that much anymore. He's got a YouTube channel. He does he collects like physical media, like movies and stuff. And he'll go to charity shops and like just get a huge haul of stuff, and he'll come back and he'll do like an unboxing and go through it all. And they're really popular videos. It's a popular little thing to get into. Yeah, Bristolian Dave.
My cousin lives in Bristol.
Well, I mean, obviously Bristolian Dave doesn't. Chubb, Carl from Merry Boys, he's living in Bristol, even though he's a dirty South African.
So have you made a lot of good friends through Comicsgate then, Peter? People that you would class as friends, like mates?
Yeah. I would say, I mean, I've not met them all, so I don't know if that counts. But I've known them for quite a while, Obviously, I've never met Mandy in person, but, we're mates.
Yeah. I don't think you necessarily have to meet someone. If you've talked to them enough and you know enough about them, like, you can still class them as a friend, can't you? It's not like...
Yeah, I mean, like, when I used to play a lot of games online and stuff, you've got your friends list on your game and whatever, and there's people now I've known for 20-odd years. I mean, a lot of them, the ones in the UK I've obviously met. Most of the CG UK people, Comics UK people, have we met up like a couple of years ago.
You met Commie Mark in real life?
Yeah. We were all meeting up down in Bristol because Charlie's London was doing there's like a silent movie convention down there every year.
Oh, right.
So she was doing a talk at it, and then doing like a book signing with all the Charlie Chaplin comics. So nice. We went and met down there for that, and I kind of, because I'm up in Stoke and then Mark's in Birmingham, so we got the same train. So I met him on the train and met him down in Birmingham train station. It's like he literally looks like a cross between Russell Brand and what's her name who died, dark hair, singer, pisshead, junkie.
Oh, Amy Winehouse.
Yeah. He's literally looks like a cross between Amy Winehouse and Russell Brand, but a little bit dirtier and more communist.
Yeah, he looks
not really
sweaty.
A communist. He's not really.
He's all right. He's all right, Commie Mark.
I love Mark to death, but he needs to have a wash and comb his hair. It's a joke. That's another joke.
He can take it.
He can take it, yeah. So I've heard.
He's got good humour, isn't he? He's good. I like Mark. And I've never liked communists, but he's all right.
Yeah, but a bunch of us met up anyway down in Bristol, and we kind of went to the convention with Charlie and watched a little presentation thing, or interview, and then we literally just went out and got pissed. Stayed at Chubb's house the night before, and then that night as well. We even did, I think it might be on Mark's YouTube channel or Charlie's, we all did a live stream together on the Saturday night or the Friday night from Chubb's house. That was kind of funny. All of us sat on a sofa, all crammed onto a sofa. Yeah, certainly interesting. It's weird, like, because you talk to people over the internet and on live streams and whatever, but actually being in the same room as them all, and you're still acting, you're wondering if you're actually going to offend, and you can see the little look on the face when you say something that offends them. But we're British. We don't give a fuck. We call each other, when you meet your mates, you call them cunts.
I had Kenzo on my show a couple of weeks ago. He's a cool dude as well, isn't he? Kenzo UK. He's all right. I like him.
Yeah. That was we all went to Wetherspoons for dinner, as you do, and then we were making plans. Charlie likes to organise stuff. She won't mind me saying. She likes to know what we're doing and whatever. She's like, "Oh, we'll do this and we'll go to this thing and But why don't we all just go to the pub? Because you know that's what's going to happen anyway. We're going to end up pissed somewhere, so let's just. So we did. We just ended up on a pub crawl. And
women like to plan things, don't they? It makes them feel important.
But she got because she was a guest at this convention. They'd like got her a hotel room and everything, and she was all sorted, all nice. And so she got all her stuff there, all the books and bits and pieces. So after we finished that bit, she had to obviously take all the stuff back to the hotel. So Jan has to drive, they drive back. By the time they got back to us, we were all fucking cooked already. Gone. It's like, that'll teach you to go off and do fucking official shit. Don't be doing business when we're meeting up to get pissed. Even though she pointed out the reason we were there was for the convention and not technically to get pissed.
What do you normally drink then, Peter? Are you a beer man or a spirit man or what?
I
need to know in case I ever meet you. I need to buy you a
kind of change
pint.
it. I will drink a pint of anything, It depends, doesn't it? If it's a hot sunny day and you're out you're in a beer garden, it's either got to be lager or cider, really. Something like that. This time of year I might get on the, beer, like a nice beer, a nice heavy, When it comes to spirits and stuff, I used to be into whiskey and I used to be into bourbon. And for some reason, I don't know what it was, but suddenly I just couldn't drink it anymore and didn't like the taste of it. Which is, I don't know what happened. Maybe I got too smashed on it once. That could be it. But vodka and gin, I can drink that shit like water.
Fair play. Yeah, I seem to get more pissed off of normal beer, like lager and stuff. That ends up fucking me up because of all the gas. I end up puking if I have too much of that. I just like whiskey and things like that, really.
Well, actually, I'll start on the beers. And then as soon as I start feeling like, I'll switch to the gin or whatever, or the vodka, or who knows. I'll drink anything once I'm going. I'll dabble with some rum. I don't mind a bit of rum.
Yeah, rum's
nice. Like
Kraken's rum.
Kraken's fucking great. I like a spiced rum. There's one, and I cannot remember at the moment who makes it, what the brand is, but there's one I started drinking. It's like, I think we've got a bottle of that somewhere.
That's all right. Well,
but there was one, and it was, but you know how like spiced rum is normally kind of more cinnamony and that kind, not cinnamon, but that kind of spice.
Yeah.
This stuff was spiced with black pepper. It was like a black pepper dark rum. Whoa.
Wow.
Astounding. Really, really good. And I cannot for the life of me. It's a Scottish company that make it, and I can't think what it is. But, there can't be too many out there, like black pepper spice rums. But that stuff was great. And the bottle it came in, it looked like from a chemist's lab.
Like a chemistry beaker.
Yeah. The design of it was like as though you would, God knows what you were drinking, But it's great. It was great, and it gets you smashed, so who cares? I used to drink a lot of red wine as well, and I can't really drink that much anymore.
Yeah, I went through a phase of drinking wine. I went off the taste of it, like you said about whiskey. I just didn't enjoy the taste of it anymore. Just went off of it.
Yeah, I used to like Chianti, and then I got into like really heavy red wine, and I don't know, just doesn't do it for me anymore. I mean, I barely drink anymore. I always had this thing where. Go on.
He drinks loads. He does. He drank a litre of vodka yesterday. 40 shots. Fucking hell! Calm down, mate.
I do a thing where I'll go out and everyone will be getting smashed as you do it. It's a thing we do in the UK. We go out, we get just completely blind fucking drunk till we're falling over. It's what we do. And everyone else will be falling over. But I'll reach a point where no matter how much I drink, I don't get any more drunk. so I just stop. It's weird. I kind of drink myself sober.
Yeah.
I'll reach a point till I'm staggering like an idiot, and then half an hour later I'll be fine. Apparently, it's to do with having a high metabolism. It just goes through your system really fast. You just burn it up.
Probably because you're a big bloke, like you can handle a lot as well.
Yeah. Hollow fucking legs, me. It is what it is. I'd find myself like out. Everyone's out on the piss. I'm getting smashed, and then I kind of feel like I'm sobering up and realise that I'm just pissing 4 or 5 quid away a time on something that's not affecting me. So I'm just like, yeah. So I just quit, and then I get hungry and I have to stuff my face. So it's kebab time. Only time I eat junk food.
I'm going to take a quick toilet break.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to take a quick toilet break a minute, Peter. I won't leave you here with the chat. I'll put a video on, and I'll be back in about 4 minutes. All right.
Excellent.
I'll see you in a minute.
Party needs a quick track. Pause the beats, hold the bass. Gotta find that restroom space. Toilet break, be back soon. Johnny needs to drain you strong. Scab Cast interlude soon. He won't be gone too long. Johnny takes a step back. Party needs a quick track. Pause the beats, hold the bass. Gotta find that restroom space. Toilet break, be back soon. Johnny needs to drain his song. Scab Cast interlude soon. He won't be gone too long. Electro beats on pause now. Can't dance when nature calls. Wow. Wow. Johnny sprinting down the hall. Bathroom bliss, standing tall. Toilet break, be back soon. Johnny needs to drain his song. Scab Cast interlude soon. He won't be gone too long. Stream flow.
You're muted, mate. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, right, man.
I don't like going away and just leaving a guest with the chat. It feels a bit cheeky.
I would have been fine. I would have been fine. I'm a professional, honest. Oh yeah, you were asking me what stuff I'm working. I forgot to mention I'm actually doing an album cover for someone as well at the moment. For a local,
for a band.
Local, yeah. For a local kind of punky band. Right. Well, I say local. They play, all over the country in Europe and whatever. Called Headsticks.
Are you allowed to say their name, or is that a bit?
No, Headsticks. They're called Headsticks. You'll find them. Find them on the YouTube. But dealing with musicians and a whole band of people, and so every idea and everything I suggest, it's got to go through the,
Yeah.
It's a slow process, but I think we're there now, and I'm gonna get rolling on that this week. Also working on doing colours for am I supposed to say? Yeah. For Patrick Quinlan, I'm doing the colours on Phenomenal Tales. Yeah.
Not nice. I've got both copies of Phenomenon that Patrick sent me. I saw your art.
Phenomenal.
I'm doing a review of it in a minute.
Oh, nice.
I've got one from here. This is the Rob Hunter one.
Yeah,
the other one. I haven't opened this one yet. I'm just using the other one to review. I'm going to keep this one just.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But yeah, it looks alright so far for his first time comic. He's pretty good for his first one.
That's good. and it's a good idea, and I like the premise of it and stuff. Some books you look, and I like the look of the art and whatever. But some books you look at and it's like that just doesn't appeal to me. Or I don't know. You'll get.
Have you ever had to turn down work because you didn't like it, or you didn't like the artist that was trying to hire you, the writer?
Yes. It depends. Yeah, I mean, you've got to pick. I mean, I could take the work because it's all money, and contrary to popular belief, most of us comic artists are constantly living paycheck to paycheck. You know, you're literally job to job. You need to get the work, but I couldn't, in good conscience, take on something that I wasn't into. You know, don't ask me to draw a superhero book full of spandex dudes punching each other. That's not me. But if people do, I do tend to try. If someone comes to me, I'll try and send them to someone who would suit that.
Right. Yeah, you're not just horrible about it. You're
I'll try and find some. Oh yeah, there you go. Give him that brutal review. Are you going to be honest? Are you going to be brutal, or are you going to give him?
I can't pull any punches. He wants me to be mean, so I got to be brutal on him. I've got to look at every little detail.
That's what I want. That's what I want people to do. You know, it's
the only way you learn. It's like you don't want people like just pandering to you, saying, "Oh yeah, that's brilliant," when they don't really like it.
And you can't. It's difficult being like in and around Comicsgate. It's difficult, or just indie comics in general. When you're an artist or a creator yourself, it's difficult to be absolutely brutal with someone about it. You kind of, you know, that looks cool. That you've got to be. A lot of these like the YouTube shows where, like the promo shows and stuff that people do, there's a lot of that goes on, and people being nice about stuff that, I don't know. I struggle with it a little bit, but
talking about being brutal, we got Carbon Art here tonight. How you doing, Carbon?
Oh,
good evening.
You're quite brutal, aren't you, Carbon, with your opinions?
Sometimes, yes. And well, I like to be honest, like you were just saying, Peter, about quality. I think it's important to say the truth.
Yeah. I tend to, I even don't really do it. If someone like is showing off a comic or whatever and asking for opinions, I'll try not to be a complete dick. You know, could quite easily. I mean, I suppose I should DM them and say, Luke, that's not, but are they going to take it well? Probably not. So maybe
I think it depends on who it's coming from. I mean, if you're giving art critique and you're an artist like you, is my mic sounding strange, Johnny?
It's all right. You're just a little bit echoey, mate. That's all. It's all right. We can hear you.
Yeah, no, can hear you.
Okay. Always something. But I agree. I try not to be too harsh unless I've been drinking. That's what happens. If I've been drinking, then it might come out a little bit harsh, the criticism.
Yeah, I mean, the number of rants I type out on like social media and then just like, no, delete it. Don't send that.
Sometimes it ain't worth it, is it? Especially if you're trying to sell your art and stuff. You don't want.
Well,
there's some stuff that just don't need to be said.
The thing is, and you find this out really quickly. If you're a comic creator or whatever, and you say something bad about someone else, you will magically lose followers and people won't support you anymore just because you've said something about their guy. You know what I mean? Even if it's true, it's weird.
I had it when I was when I started arguing with Matt Barr, I noticed I had lost about 6 or 7 subscribers. They must have been Matt Barr fans. But at the end of the day, I don't want you following me. If you don't agree with me and you don't like me, don't follow me. I don't care. It's up to you.
Yeah. I struggle with getting followers and stuff on Twitter. That's really difficult because the slightest thing you say that someone disagrees with, boom, there goes 50 people, boom, gone.
Yeah.
I find that you lose some followers, but then you gain others, though. Because once I actually gained a lot of followers in one night. I mean, not that I have many followers to begin with, but it was surprising to me because I commented about something that was going on, that was a controversy about some YouTubers, and I told it like it is. You know, I gave a brutal commentary and I called them out, and I didn't get too unprofessional. I didn't curse or anything, but I was blunt. And then the next day, I got like 100 new followers because I was blunt about it.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I always kind of wanted to do like all these kind of shill shows, like for shilling people's campaigns and stuff. I always wanted. Malin did it once, where it was like he'd review stuff but he'd be brutal about it and completely honest. And if the art was shit, he'd say the art was shit, and if the campaign page looked crap, he'd explain why. But he kind of stopped doing that because you do piss a lot of people off. But I always kind of wanted to do a show like that. But you'd have to have balls of steel to come on. The sort of thing. You'd make a lot of energy. Someone did try it once.
It's a fine line to tread, isn't it? Because if you're trying to use your Twitter in a professional capacity to sell artwork as well, you still got to be very careful about what you're saying because you might put off like potential customers, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
Especially someone like we were saying, like Matt Barr. If you see half of the stuff he writes on Twitter, you're going to think, well, I'm not going to be sending my details to him and buying his comic books if he can just try and dox people when he don't like them and stuff like that. It's just you don't trust people like that, do you?
I mean, when I first sort of like towards the start when I was like hanging around Comicsgate and doing stuff, I did that book with Umbrella Guy, and we got so much fucking hate. But it wasn't from anyone. It was different then. It was like us against the anti-Comicsgate. It was very defined line. There was them and there was us. Now there's a million factions. You've got to watch. You have your head on a swivel all the time because. But back then, they did all kinds of fucking shit. Like Renfamous' mates and all those, and I think Vicky was involved, and that was horrible. I mean, I had the police turn up at my house, looking for the weed farm that didn't fucking exist.
Oh God.
At the local council coming after me because apparently I was running a brothel. When my mother died, I got a load of stuff in the mail, like horrible shit about that. Yeah, it was hardcore, and obviously because I was kind of doing my own thing already with art. I was doing more. It was more graphic design and that kind of stuff. So my address was out there, and when I came on to Comicsgate, I was told get that out. Get rid of it. Try and remove it from the internet completely. But obviously you can't completely. It's there somewhere, and they found it. It got to me,
Well, I understand that over there where you guys are, apparently what you write on the internet can actually get you arrested, right?
It can now, yeah. That's
They've been doing it for a while in Scotland as well. Scotland's ahead of us for that. They've been doing that for a few years now, arresting people for social media posts.
They're trying to do that now in the U.S. too, because especially with the election coming up, they're trying to make it so that if you make political memes or if you make fun of the candidates in a certain way, they might be able to get you, these fuckers.
Yeah, It just they work their claws into everything. Like, I mean, Silicon Valley is so fucking woke and such a bunch of SJWs. Even like now with Photoshop, part of the new terms of service, because obviously you can't buy Photoshop anymore. You just pay a subscription to use it. But now they can look at your files and remove stuff they don't like. So if you sat there with Photoshop making a meme, you know, it's weird.
I was watching a thing about that TikTok app the other day, and they said that that's what the Chinese are doing with that. They're like, oh, who's this? Sorry, we got the general in the chat. How you doing, Pat? You all right, mate?
Hey!
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing?
I just got a message as well off of my special guest, and he's going to be with us in half an hour. So hold on tight.
Do you need somebody to leave to make room for him, Johnny?
No, you're all right, mate. I think I can have like 6 of us on here.
It's nobody I've said.
Kick Peter, you know.
Yeah, fuck you. It's nobody I've said anything bad about tonight, is it?
No, it's not.
It's one of the kings.
I think you're like,
God damn, that Aaron Lepresti is such a Billy Tucci. No.
It's not Tucci. It's not Lepresti. Don't worry. You
John Malin. What an utter.
It's a very.
Fuck Cecil.
No, not John. John hardly ever come. John will come on if I invite him for like mailing mysteries. To be fair to him, he always turns up for that. He's a man of his word.
As long as it's not that Van Skyver prick.
What's going on with Mail and Mysteries, by the way?
That was a joke.
Man and Mysteries is I'm holding it out a little bit at the minute, Carbon, because a lot of things have changed in Comicsgate, as it always does. Like the dynamics have shifted. So I'm trying to like you got to understand. I got to watch all this stuff, and I got to pick out the best bits to put into a parody. But yeah, it's almost done. I'm just holding it up. Like, I was planning on making Patrick T more of a character, but then he pissed me off a little bit. He got a bit mouthy with John and all that. So I've had to end his role in it quicker than I expected.
He self-immolated a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to anyone anymore. I used to.
I wish I could be like you, Peter, and just stay out of it all. It must be a lot easier. But I'm not one of those people. I have to call things out.
Don't get me wrong. I've got opinions on everything. But I just, be professional. I mean, if I'd got like hundreds and thousands of followers and subscribers and whatever, I could afford to do that. And if I was making, 200 grand a fucking year, that'd be fine. I'd say what the hell I wanted then. But what's this I got over? Yeah. Clip Studio is the one to use, mate. Yeah. Clip Studio is the best.
Yeah, they call that fuck you money. Once you get enough money, you get to say fuck you to everyone.
Yeah. One day, when I launch all my new stuff, all my solo stuff, and I'm a millionaire.
Once I sell all my possessions.
It's at the moment, everyone's awesome.
How have you been, Patrick? You been up to anything today? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I saw my parents earlier. I was gonna go to this Russian festival, but it looks like it got canceled, so I didn't get to go to that. But you guys will be happy to know that Miss Russia is actually a female.
Holy!
I know, and she's kind of a babe too.
As well, she should be.
Yeah.
I was scared for a second that you were going to say something else.
What, that she's got a dick?
She wasn't a woman. God almighty.
Yeah. Cammy says she must be black. No, she's actually Russian. She's white. Shocking, I know.
Yeah, weirdly, every time when
Patrick,
I don't know.
You asking me what a woman is?
Fucking annoying. That's what a woman is.
just the Matt Walsh question for you.
Yeah.
What is a woman?
A woman is a human person with XX chromosomes and, generally speaking, a female phenotype. Generally speaking, that's a hard one. When you have the genotype of XY, but your Y doesn't work, so your phenotype is female, but technically chromosomally you're a male. How does that work? That's what I want to know.
I don't care. People can call themselves. People can call themselves what the hell they like, as long as they don't try and make me.
Right. Exactly.
Well, the way I deal with it now is I refuse to use alternative pronouns for somebody. I don't care. I'm not going to lie. But what I do is, because I know they'll be so angry, I'll just say their name instead of the pronoun. So let's say if it's, Jack or Jill, I'll replace the pronoun by just repeating their first name. Oh, Jill did this and Jill this, Jill that, so that I don't have to use a pronoun with the gender, because I refuse to do that.
Who's got the? Oh, it's you with the demented fucking birds. Tweety tweet tweet. Thankfully,
Pat is the bird man. He's training an army of birds to take over the world.
It's when the world ends, they're going to be. They're going to. All right. Come on, boys.
Don't be mean. Let them out of their cages. Be free, little birds.
Yeah. Now open the window.
No, dude, that scares me. Oh my god. When the weather's nice out here and they're out and I open the door like to go out to smoke a cig, I get so like, oh, if they flew out, I'd be so sad. Petunia, давай. There you are. Hi. What you doing? What you doing?
What do they eat, Patrick? Do you feed them worms and stuff?
Well, so these ones were raised in captivity, so they'll only eat certain things, mostly just seeds. Like this one, come here, you. She's fat now, because come here. She only eats the seeds. She picks out the seeds from all the pellets and stuff, like the vegetable materials. And all right, I don't want you to poop on that. And so she's gotten fat, so I've had to keep her in her own cage to like reduce the amount of food that she eats, because she'll bully the boys and take all their food. But yeah, it's pretty much just she's coming.
Love it. Just make him full screen and we can just sit here and watch. Yeah, we used to have.
We got Patrick the bird whisperer and Peter the dog whisperer.
The dogs are fast asleep. They're fast asleep now, thank God.
What time is it over there?
It's 20 to 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Johnny, I shared a couple of colored pages. I mean, chromatically enhanced pages by Peter on Twitter.
Jesus
if
Christ.
you want me to bring that up.
What, on your Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you carry on. If you want to bring it up.
Yeah. All right, you guys are kind of starting to annoy me.
I love Peter's work.
Look. Oh, look.
Those birds are getting a little unruly.
They really are.
But are you training them to carry messages when the war happens?
Yeah, that and to gather little like ropes and things for me that I'll need. Like super glue and knickknacks anyway.
Oh crap! You can hear the dog snoring.
Train them to be like magpies.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Stop snoring, you massive bastard! You big hairy twat! Hey,
You
Shut
big
up.
I didn't realise magpies are really evil. I saw one the other day. I was sat in the park with the missus, and this pigeon fell out of a tree, and the top of his head was ripped off like he'd been lobotomized. And then this magpie come down and started pecking his brains out.
Oh my god!
I mean,
I didn't realise they were that.
Yeah, the crows, aren't they? Really, the birds of prey.
Yeah. Quite nasty little things.
And thieves.
Well, it's a good anecdote to remember that they have
So
no
is this
soul.
from your
That's just, yeah, well, I've done the
comic book then, Pat?
Yeah, so in between the official Phenomenon comic, there are going to be like origin stories for all the characters involved. Well, the main characters involved. This one's about Minotaur. Okay, that's enough. Stop it. Sorry. This one's about Minotaur, and I've got Peter here coloring it for me.
Jeez.
Look at these beautiful colors, and the snow looks so good.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep it simple, like flats with a few highlights, as opposed to just rendering it. I think it'd be.
Are you still using your own?
Go on.
Sorry, Peter.
No, carry on.
I was going to say, are you still using the original artist, Pat, or have you got a new artist for your new comic book?
He's doing the original artist is doing the mainline series, and then I have I'm going to have different artists do these series. All right, stop it.
All right, that's interesting.
So I'm excited for this. It's going to be really. This one's way more like the original artist. See, you told me to let them out. Now this is what happens.
That's why I told you to let them out.
Yeah,
I'm the king of chaos.
The original artist, he's got a I let him kind of just do his own artistic interpretation of the script that I give him a little bit more. I make layout pages for everybody very specifically. And so this comic's way more like all of these layouts are my layouts essentially. He just did one for one what I sent him.
Yeah, I've seen them because they're there in the Photoshop files, your original layouts.
Are they? Yeah, so you've seen those. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I made you sign that NDA, never to reveal how shitty of a draw, right?
Oh, no. Now I'm thinking about it. I think I should get those on. I'll just reply to this thread with them.
Yeah, expose me.
No, what I'll do is I'll take your original layouts and then I'll ink over the top of them.
How shitty would that look?
I don't know. I've had to enhance some really fucking terrible artwork in my time.
That is one drawback to this guy doing the layouts one for one is that sometimes like I can't make good angles, for a different shot. And I like reduce myself to like profiles and things like that. And sometimes one for one do that. And it's like, I wish I like how he's really specific about the layouts, but I wish sometimes he'd be like, okay, this guy's not very good. So I'm just going to edit this slightly to make it look a little better.
Well, the pages I've done so far, colored so far, they all look fine to me. So
well, thank you. I've got more for you when I get paid again. So you're just fast, dude. I sent that to you, and then it was like 10 minutes later. You're like, all right, it's done. And I'm like,
it wasn't 10 minutes. It wasn't. It was like 5 hours.
Okay, but still.
But it just goes to show you all these colorists who pretend it's difficult. Fuck off. it's coloring, you pussies. It's so hard. I need to hire a flatter to do one. No, shut up.
Oh my god.
No, well, to be honest,
how do you guys share it? Then? Like, do you do it all digitally? Does Patrick email you a blank page and then you sort of take it on, or is it physical?
No, it sends me the Photoshop files from the inker.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons why they've been so fast, doing them so fast, is because Like normally what you'd receive is like just a flat page of the inks, just like one layer in Photoshop or whatever. But he's kept everything in separate layers, so all the outlines are there. So I can hide all the detail and shit and just have the basic blocks of the shapes and just go like fill, fill, fill.
I was hoping you'd be able to do that because I did notice some people said, like the first artist sends me back just like you said, one layer of the blacks over no background.
Yeah.
This guy sends me those bits, and I was hoping that would be not.
Oh,
like
it makes coloring a million times easier and faster. I mean, imagine, because otherwise I'd be having to like draw each shape, and so like you can see his hat there, I'd have to like draw around the outline of that and then fill it in, and then yeah. No, much easier.
Speaking of hard stuff, though, hold on.
Ooh. And not having to like because we just do flats with some highlights on this. I'm not having to render it all out and put highlights on every crease and do every little shadow, and so.
Well, that seemed ominous then, Pat. You said speaking of hard stuff, and then you disappeared. I thought you were going to come back with something a bit more X-rated.
Oh, yeah.
I'll zoom in 2 seconds.
I would apply something else usually.
Uh-oh.
Brilliant.
Is it just me or is that frozen?
Yeah, you're frozen, Patrick. Something happened there.
You froze it, all blurred, and your mic went off.
Oh. Too much detail.
There he is. He's moving.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's not focusing very well. Oh, there I can see it now. It's getting there. It's like it looks like the Balrog.
Kind of, yeah. This is the hard version of the cover that Peter did for me, which I posted on Twitter.
Yeah, that artwork went through hell to get to you.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's the first time I've ever seen that. So
the post office just like Patrick doesn't live.
Yeah, Patrick doesn't exist. So they returned it, but they didn't return. Did they return it just to the post office then? It was weird. Yeah, I just got a message saying this person
tells them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the post office and I was like, "What's going on here?" And they fixed the problem of me not getting my mail, but they didn't have that there at the post office. It just came in the mail. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, 6 days ago, maybe. I don't even know.
Yeah,
it just rolled up, and well, thank God.
I get really confused with American addresses. There's a lot of like numbers to them, isn't there? I went to send you some the other day, Pat, on this online app, and it wouldn't let me send it because it was like I couldn't get the numbers right for your postcode, and it was confusing me. So I'll have to do it physically and write it on a bit of paper.
Okay. There are weird, like zip codes are slightly strange. Like in America, you can just do the 5-digit zip code, but I think you have to add on the full thing. Which I don't even know I know what my zip code is, but I don't know what the full zip code is.
Yeah. County code comes after that. The additional 4 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I just use the basic. I don't use the full thing. Never. As long as you get the letters for the state correct, the 2 letters. As long as that's correct and the zip code's correct, then you're fine. You're good. But and every time I go to the post office, and it's like the woman at the post office will be like, "Ooh, MA, what does that mean?" I'm like, Massachusetts.
The Battle of Bunker Hill.
I think the biggest mind blower sometimes over here is looking at American addresses is like the street numbers when they go into the thousands. I live at 6,748 blah 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 street. Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's a long fucking street. Then you realise it's not a long street. It's just all it's all just apartments. Some of them have apartment numbers, and some of them just have a different number for each. Yeah. I I think the best address I've ever sent to was Knob Creek. Fantastic.
Nut Creek.
I want to live there.
Wonder what goes on there.
Knob Creek it was. Knob Creek.
Oh,
yeah.
Knob Creek.
That's
Yeah.
actually a whiskey brand also. There's a whiskey brand.
Yeah.
Called Knob
Yeah.
Creek.
I think somewhere in Sweden or Denmark, they've actually got a town called Cunt as well.
Yeah. There's a town called Cunt. There's a town called Twat. There's a town called Wank. There's a town called Fuck.
I heard of that town. The town called Fuck. I've heard of that one.
Where's Fuck located?
Fuck knows. Hey.
He
I
said
wanna
that.
There's a street round here, and I've been looking. I really want to live there. I mean, it's not a funny name. It's called Tolkien Way, and I really want to live on Tolkien Way. But the houses are incredible. I mean, all the area around it, houses really cheap. But that one street, because it's called Tolkien Way, really expensive houses. Damn Tolkien for living there. Damn him.
So he did live there, though.
His son lived there, and then he moved in with his son for a while, and yeah. But he used to, apparently, it was a common sight seeing him riding his bicycle up the hill from the train station to his son's place.
Nice.
Quite often happened, yeah.
What kind of a name is Tolkien? Because that's not a proper British name, is it?
I have no clue. Do you know?
He's
a local legend, but I do not know. Let's have a look. Tolkien.
He probably
Grey Wolf
comes from
says
like
in
Germany
Michigan,
or something.
called Hell.
German or Prussian, apparently, but it's unsure.
Look at this place thing. This is a town in England. Great Cunt Lane. Grope Cunt Lane it's called.
Grope Cunt.
Grope Cunt
Nice.
Lane.
What a name.
That's where Donald Trump has his summer home.
Yeah.
Holy
Wow. Really? And they've not changed it. That's the cool thing, though, that they've not changed it.
Oh, that's
Also
fun.
known as
Fantastic.
Magpie.
Grope Cunt Lane.
It's always funny when you have a celebrity name for a street. Like in the U.S., there's a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in many states, in many cities. Funny thing is, every time I've been on a Martin Luther King Boulevard, it's been a complete shithole. So.
It's true, though. He's not wrong.
Right? Oh, you've experienced it.
You better roll up your windows and lock your doors if you're rolling down MLK Lane.
But I also mean like the road itself is also destroyed. Potholes.
Oh.
It's like driving through a war zone.
Sorry, just checking out.
Man.
Why are people messaging me? Fuck off.
Wasn't that me? No, I didn't. Okay.
No.
I was about to say, you could just
You're
say
a
that.
popular man, Peter.
Sorry, I've got people asking me questions. I set up because I thought I want my own kind of mailing list thing going on, like a newsletter sort of thing. It's just easier, you know. Then the people who give a fuck can find out what I'm up to and what I'm working on. So I went and set up a MailChimp account. Oh. But you can it's not just. I don't know if anyone else here has got a MailChimp account, but you get it's basically a web page and you put whatever you want on it. So I've been screwing around and figuring out. I thought this will be dead simple. Just set up a mailing list. No, now I've got to do artwork for it. I've got to do all the graphics for the. So I started doing all that, and then I showed it to someone, and they're like, "You can do that with MailChimp?" Yes, you can. So I don't need a website. I can just use MailChimp. Yes. And it's free. Yes.
Completely? They don't charge you a subscription?
No, not for. I've kind of put together a little web page, and I'm not sharing it yet because it looks shit. I want to do the graphics properly on it. But yeah, it was all free. You can set up. You've got like a mailing list built into it, and you can put videos on there and graphics and all kinds of shit, all your social media accounts, and yeah. But it's like there's a bunch of kind of plugins that they've already got, like all like widgets, so you just drag them on where you want them, and then you can change like the HTML code and screw around with the artwork on it, make it look completely different to how you want it, sort of thing. Very good so far. I mean, hopefully they're not going to turn around and say, now we're going to charge so much a month for this. I don't think they will. I think if you want more than one page, then maybe. But one page is enough for me. Bit of artwork, some links, job done. And a little sign-up thing, email sign-up. That'll do the job.
That's all you need.
Although I probably should steal the mailing list from Mandy. Should really hit Mandy up about stealing that fucking mailing list. Why? Right, I'm closing Twitter down. It's annoying me.
Are you trying to put your birds away, Pat?
What's that?
Have the birds gone back in their cages now? Have the birds gone back?
You see what you guys did? You made me distracted. And Petunia went inside this cage, which she's not supposed to go into because she's going to eat all the boys' food in there and she's going to get fat again. Aren't you? Tell the people how fat. Tell the people how fat you are, Petunia.
Oh. That's not fat. I've seen fat budgies before. That's not a fat budgie.
If she flies too much, she'll go, and her like little beak will be like.
Perhaps she's just trying to be a bit sexy. Hey, Katie.
What's up, Katie?
So let me ask you gentlemen. I heard earlier that you said you thought that the Joker sequel wasn't that bad, Johnny and Peter.
I wouldn't say it wasn't bad. It's weird.
You both saw it?
I wasn't a massive. Yeah, I've seen it. I wasn't a massive fan of it. It's, I don't know. I kind of zoned out a bit in the middle. I know it's not a great movie if I'm kind of just looking at my phone.
I need to interrupt you lot. We have got a very, very special guest coming on. First time he's ever been on the show. A Comicsgate king, legend in his own right, Mr. Bosch Fawstin.
Hey! Oh, bye.
Okay.
Oh shit! I just took him off again.
There he is.
I wasn't sure if that was real or not. I've seen it happen to.
Hello, Bosch. Thank you for coming
Good
on.
evening, sir.
Guys. Do you have birds flying around you?
I do.
Okay.
I can put it back in the cage if you guys want me.
Hey, Katie.
I don't know. It's kind of
Patrick is the Birdman.
Birdman of Alpenspaz.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, we've been talking about Comicsgate a lot, Bosch.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on. I'm a big fan. I've been looking at I've been doing a bit of studying about you, and you're a very interesting man. Obviously, you got your new comic book coming out, haven't you? Pigman.
Yeah.
If anyone can, if some of my mods would like to post Bosch's links in the chat, then feel free, please.
Appreciate it. So it's boschfawstin.com.
I'm very interested in your story. Like,
thanks.
I never realised until I started looking into you that you were born into a Muslim upbringing, weren't you?
I was, yeah. Albanian Muslim parents in the Bronx, New York.
And that's
and they were, as I often say, they were passive, quote unquote moderate Muslims, meaning they didn't really practice much, but the misogyny was extreme, the Jew hatred was extreme, the contempt for America and the West. So, we went to mosque only once, twice a year. We weren't real, hardcore Muslims, but There was enough in there, being raised by Americans who were admiring Adolf Hitler because he killed more Jews than anyone. That was the norm. And these were average, everyday Americans, who happened to be Muslim in America. And in my mid-teens, I left Islam, not for anything particular. It wasn't like a terrorist attack or anything. I said, the dishonesty was just too much for me. And then I basically 9/11, hit, and it all came back to me. And I said, okay, I'm being responsible with my work. And I started thinking about my background, and as I call it, the extreme pigotry within Islam. It's hatred of the pig, and I use that as my character, Pigman, who's ex-Muslim like me, wears pigskin leather, hunts them down, goes after them, kills them, the jihadists. But that wasn't enough for me. I said, okay, how about if I go a little deeper here? How about if I take myself and as if I split myself in two, create two twin brothers, one a born-again Muslim, one a recovered Muslim, and they have a battle, and then the comic book is within the comic book. But basically, one of my stand-ins, the the recovered Muslim, writes and draws a comic book called Pigman. So that's where Pigman came from.
Ah,
Really?
there you go.
Yeah,
And how are you finding comic skating?
Sorry,
I was just going to say, you've been around comic skating for a while now. How are you finding it?
I like it. I'm enjoying being part of something because I've always been on my own. I've always been an independent cartoonist for the last 20 years. My first book came out 20 years ago, Table for One. It was nominated for an Eisner. It was great. Alex Toth loved it. He sent me a postcard about it, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then, the last few years, I've been listening to Ethan here and there. But I think when he went to Trash Casts and I really started listening, because that's when he came, I think, into his own in a way where he was willing to say things about some creators that were doing shit and calling it such, which I think is important because a lot of people are just too nice about things. They are.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, we were talking about that kind of thing earlier, about how everyone just kind of they're too tentative about it and like tiptoeing around people a lot, and I find it difficult to be an utter bastard to people, but I kind of want to sometimes.
Sometimes they ask for it, they deserve it, and again, if they're gonna do shit work in this space, the only way they're going to get better if you say, guys, maybe take them aside if you want, but when they get nasty about it, it's like, all right, you guys suck, and here's why.
Mm-hmm.
If you're willing to say that, cool, and you're going to get a lot of shit yourself. That's just the nature of it,
Yeah.
Especially if your channel was built on roasting others, and then they come for you and you can't handle it, you're telling them something about yourself, and it's not good. It's really not. So that's also another factor. It just sucks.
The being able to dish it out but not take it is kind of, it just makes me shake my head. It's learn to.
Bosch, I gotta say I'm a big fan, and it's great to be on stream with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm just a CG fan. I've been on some streams, and I'm trying to delve into actually creating a book soon.
Nice.
But I'm a musician by trade. That's my background. But I do love the fact that obviously the fearlessness of being able to say what you feel about people around the world who are actually villains. I'm about to say the word resonates, but it resonates with me.
I appreciate it.
I'm also from New York. I'm from New York also. So.
Yeah. It's something about that, being born in the Bronx is, I love that aspect. It's like people say, when did you come to America? I said, I was actually born here. But, people tell me I have an accent. I don't know if I do, but they say I was raised bilingual, so Albanian English. But when you call them villains, I appreciate that because, again, that's what they are. And like Frank Miller said before he took on Holy Terror, he said, I couldn't create bad guys like this. After 11, these guys are scumbags who fly planes into buildings. And they do it for faith, and it's an act of war, but it's also an act of faith. And that's something that we have to accept because we're so quick to say, oh, no. Islam is not a religion, or at least the jihadists don't follow religion. Of course they do. They do. These guys, again, you don't fly planes into buildings if you don't believe it. You can't do that. You can't bring yourself to do that. So they are villains. They are vicious. And they got to be fought. And again, I'm just a cartoonist, but at least in my in my world, in my fictional world, I can at least make them pay a price for it. You know, that's what really motivated me after 9/11.
Yeah.
So on average, how many death threats from the people in the of peace do you receive on a daily basis?
Daily basis, it doesn't come in daily basis. Sometimes they come in waves. I got literally thousands of death threats, and I actually published a few hundred of them in 2 volumes of books called Peaceful Death Threats. The reason why I call them Peaceful Death Threats is because they threatened to cut my head off and rape me, and tell me that Islam means peace at the end of those threats. So I did a number of those books, 2 volumes before. I could do at least 2 or 3 more. And, you know, it's something that I've learned to live with. You know, I was almost killed in 2015 because I won the Muhammad cartoon contest. And 2 jihadists came to kill us. And they fortunately got their heads blown off outside the building, you know, when they were about to come in. And that's when the threats, they spiked. And then a few years later, I was going to be picked to judge another Muhammad cartoon contest for Europe, for Wilders in the Netherlands. And I was supposed to do a speech at The Hague and draw Muhammad in the middle of my speech and announce the winner. And what happened was that right before it was supposed to take place, the threats were so extreme that even the authorities said, we can't protect you guys. It's just too much. So they canceled it, unfortunately. But what happened from that is I got a wave of threats I never got before in my life. And it was only for me being picked as a judge. It wasn't for anything I necessarily did at that point, at least. That was strange to me, because it was like, okay, I'm just being a judge and you guys are going nuts. But yeah, and again, that's just something to get used to. That's just
crazy.
Fun. Yeah.
Crazy. I mean, all I get is internet trolls.
It's very brave of you to actually show your.
I don't know, man.
Your face and your identity as well. Like,
I just think, you know what? I mean, look, you do what you do, and I think because of my background, I probably did it more because of that than any other reason. I probably did that because of that, because it's like, I know this ideology, I know this threat, I know this enemy. And sometimes I get a little embarrassed when people, have these nice compliments, and I'm not trying to, basically downplay it. But the point is that most of my peers wouldn't do this. They wouldn't draw Muhammad. They wouldn't take on Islamic Jihad, and that's unfortunate as well. Because believe it or not, after 9/11, I said, okay, there's gonna be a number of these anti-jihad superhero comic books, right? There's gonna be a number of these superheroes, maybe Wild Boar Man and so on. None of that came. The only one who actually took it on in a half-assed way was Frank Miller, who basically did Holy Terror and didn't touch on the ideology. He just, focused on one night in an attack, I guess, in Empire City. And when he did interviews about it, he said, well, I don't know squat about Islam. It's like, then why do it? Then why did you do this? I mean, you should study it and understand it and then take it on, because they're going to come after you hard anyway. You might as well go all the way. And by going all the way, what I mean is just tell them the truth about it. Delving into the enemy, why they do what they do, and then take them on through that as ruthlessly as you can within a story. So, I was a big fan of Miller. Of his old work, I still am, but I got to say I was a little let down by that, because, again, you take this on, you better go all the way. You better, because they will come all the way after you. They will try to kill you. They will try to cut your head off. So,
I was about to ask you about 9/11, because clearly that's a big turning point.
Yeah.
Because I remember right after 9/11, I was surprised because I was in school at the time, and even in my own school, there were protests happening. The liberals from my school went outside, and they were protesting against, once the war was declared. Remember that when?
Oh, yeah.
Bush said, we have to do something as retaliation.
They had this preemptive, anti-war, I guess, rally.
Yeah, so I remember myself reacting like, hold on a second. I kind of feel like we do have to do something. We were just attacked. And being in New York, too, that was shocking to me. Like what you're saying about being half-assed, about, responding to this. Like, dude, you saw the smoke. I remember seeing the smoke on the way home, billowing up from Manhattan, So I'm like,
I was in Manhattan the night before. I was going to school in the School of Visual Arts, and it rained like hell that night. I do remember that because the next day was beautiful. You know, it was so clear that day. And they flew those planes, buildings. And then first thing we heard from Bush, I think at one point was like, well, you know, Islam is peace, right? You know, he was flanked by two members of CARE and talked about how peaceful Islam was. All the networks were saying how peaceful Islam was. It was infuriating. It was infuriating because it's like we just went through this atrocity. We saw things that we never saw before. We saw people throwing their bodies from the building because they didn't want to burn. That's impossible. And we're watching it. It's like, okay, we have to have some kind of devastating counterattack. And it took a while for them to get their asses together, the government. And again, sometimes people say, "Oh, are you mocking our soldiers?" I say, absolutely not. But those who were leading them sucked. They didn't unleash them on the enemy. I mean, 10 years to get Osama bin Laden. So yeah, it's not just personal. It's not just because I was in New York. Because I remember there was some conventions, small press conventions in Maryland, in New York. And I remember some of my fellow cartoonists were saying, well, I wasn't in New York. So I'm like, what? What do you mean? They actually said that because they weren't in New York, it wasn't really that big a deal to them personally. This atrocity,
Yeah.
And I remember I had some friends, and then when they found out I was doing some counter jihad work in my comics, they literally turned it back. So me at conventions turned around and went the other way. I was a little taken aback at the time, and then that's just the norm now. I don't go to conventions anymore. I'd love to, but that's just the way it is. I mean, I'm not welcomed. Let's just say. And I did enjoy it. I enjoyed that entire process of selling my stuff and directly to readers and talking to them and stuff. I enjoyed the convention circuit, but after that, no.
It's a really strange contrast because if you were born in England and you were raised in Britain, you could probably get arrested for the art you do. You could probably be in prison now. It's mad, isn't it, to think?
I mean, that commissioner actually threatened us Americans, said, if you say things on social media that we don't like, we can extradite you into England. And I was like, to hell with you. So I drew him as Muhammad and Hitler.
That was great, dude. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Because the guy deserved it. He's a piece of shit. And I don't give a shit what, but he should have been fired. I mean, just on the spot. It's like, I know they're not going to fire him because that piece of shit's in charge. The Keir Starmer sounds like a Nazi newspaper. His name. Der Sturmer. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
But these guys they're bad guys. And you guys got it. I mean, we got it bad here. We do. But you guys, I'm sorry, man. You guys deal with a lot of bad, evil scumbags in power who want you guys, in jail if you step out of line. It's just, to me, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I did a live stream right after. Also, no, it wasn't a live stream. It was actually a video that I drew Muhammad on the camera, and just to again, whenever something like this happens, whenever we're threatened, not just by the enemy, but by those who are supposed to protect us from the enemy, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And they got to be fought. They got to be condemned. And I haven't heard that guy say anything since, that piece of shit commissioner. Has he been yapping away since? I mean, about these things?
No, not really. No, they do this. They'll say something, get a huge backlash for it, and then kind of vanish for a while.
Right.
Yeah, it's because they can. They don't have to, because they don't want to listen to anybody. They don't have to. They just ignore us. They don't give a fuck. They really don't care.
That's where we are with our alleged leaders. It's to me, it's, I don't know, something's got to change. Something's got to be really, this is unacceptable to have these kind of pieces of shit in power dictating to us whatever they're, whatever they want us to do. It's like, I think COVID, they had a taste of that kind of power. They want to bring it back to some extent.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is that 70% of people were like, okay, tell me what to do, daddy government. And so it's this awkward situation where people like us who are free thinkers and have free wills that we wish to engage with we're actually a minority at this point, even in our own countries, which is kind of crazy.
It's tragic. I mean, but yeah, we have this freedom and we don't act like we do. It's like, if you don't actually exercise your freedom, you will lose it. You absolutely will.
Strangely, a lot of people kind of think the same way as me, but they daren't say anything.
Yeah.
You know, they just
Behind
when I talk to them, they agree with everything I say, but the second they're out there and there's other people listening and watching, they'll.
I'm sick of those people. I'm sick of them. I really am. I get emails sometimes like, "I love your work," and they look basically they're like quietly like whispering. I said, "I don't want to hear it." And most people tell me, "I love your work, but I'm afraid to buy it." It's like I'm taking.
I get that just because Comicsgate. I get that. it's fucking.
Comicsgate has been something also interesting in terms of. I was told when I was invited to be on Comicsgate from Ethan, I was told, "Hey man, you chose the wrong place." I said, first of all, I've never been invited anywhere, so this is new to me, and these guys are all doing good work, interesting work, and I love to be part of it, absolutely. Mm-hmm. But then you have these little breaks, right? You have the, I guess, what do you call it? The Rippaverse guys. You have the other ones. I don't even know the other groups now. I'm still learning about these things, but the fact is, I'm glad to be where I am right now because it's like. Again, I've been out in the wilderness for a long time, and if I get welcomed into something, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if they're willing to have me on, if you guys are willing to have me on, I appreciate it because again, I bring the heat myself. I bring a lot of shit, so I do appreciate it, guys.
Don't worry, the heat's already there.
You're the perfect guest. On this show, Bosch, we talk about all sorts on this. That is totally uncensored. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. If it gets taken down, it gets taken down. I like to be real. I don't like to hide the truth.
No.
From anyone.
We get pretty controversial on here.
Do you think that
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah. Do you think that the right? Do you think that a question for Bosch? Do you think that the rise of Islam is linked to communism? Do you think that they're hand in hand? They're kind of.
They are very similar. They're very similar, and also it's the weakness of the left when it comes to allowing Muslims to get away with murder that has empowered them. And they will work together. But if you notice, like in Iran, there were communists there, right? And then Ayatollah came, and they were, I guess, working together for a moment until the Muslims said they wiped them out, or they turned them into Muslims, or they arrested them. So once they'll work together for a time, as they are right now. I mean, they are working right now. But if it's either or, of course, one will take out the other. And it looks like right now that Muslims will take out the others because they're a little more ruthless. They're more willing to do the crazy shit that the other guys aren't. I mean, communists are sick and crazy, but Muslims will, they will do anything. They will fly planes into buildings. They will, go into pizzerias and blow themselves up. Communists aren't willing to do that because they're secular, right? But I think there is something to that. I think they're very similar, and I do see even communism as to some extent as a religious, movement as well because it's so irrational, it's so dangerous. They do things that are just it's anti-life. I mean, it really is. I mean, freedom doesn't matter. Human beings don't matter, right? If they get in the way of this, and that's similar to Islam, and also the I guess the collectivism between communism and Islam, and also Nazism, which is national socialism. As I always make it clear, I always push that to the point I make people sick, but I don't give a shit. National socialism, socialism. That's what it was. That's why they call them. That's why the left calls them Nazis. They want to cover up that fact.
Yeah.
But he was an admirer of Marx, Hitler, and the way I see the quote unquote Nazis and the communists when they say, yeah, but they fought each other. I said, sure. The Sunnis and the Shiite Muslims, they fight each other as well, but they're brothers. Right. They just want to have the edge on the other. We're the true believers. No, we're the true believers. So that's what happens with that. So yeah, I mean, in terms of that, you got these, I guess, national socialists, communists, and Muslims right now. They're absolutely in bed with each other. They're working together. They hate the West. They want to destroy it. They work with each other for a time, but you can't play with Muslims. You can't join force with them because they will kill you when they can. When they're done with you, they will absolutely kill you.
It's funny you say all that because I'm a student of the Soviet Union, and they personally they were when they engaged with the Islam communities around them,
Yeah.
that was the one religion that they would be like, no, you can still practice that as long as you do yada 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 for the Soviet Union. You know,
Right.
they would stamp out Christianity. They would replace all the cathedrals
Absolutely.
and churches with museums and shit like that. But Islam, they got along with Islam until, like you said, until they didn't.
Absolutely.
And I think another good point you made is that the communists aren't willing to. Well, some of them are, but most of them aren't. They don't have that strength of belief that they're going to die for something, you know, like blowing up a pizzeria or something like that, which is to a degree what makes Islam a little bit more dangerous, is that those guys believe that God is telling them, you got to do this. So, you know,
absolutely right.
That's
and
the secularist just has his own life.
Right.
And if he gives his life away, that's it for him. So he's thinking about himself. You know,
these guys are beyond, and that's why you got the true believers flying planes and buildings. Like Osama bin Laden would never do that, but Muhammad Atta absolutely would, happily. And again, you know, you know, the Islamism, totalitarianism, all those bullshit terms. It's Islam. Islam is the thing that led Muhammad Atta to fly the plane 500 miles per hour into the towers. That's what led him to do it. It wasn't some deformed version. That's just BS. But we tell ourselves these lies because we want to protect religion. You know, we have a lot of religion. You know, we have a lot of Christians in America, right? And they want to think well of religion. So therefore, Islam's not really a religion. And they get angry at me. They say, Islam's not a religion. So I wrote this article, Islam is a religion, and here's why. I made step by step, and I tried to make the argument. Because again, I mean, we're still not prepared to take on this enemy. It's unbelievable to me. 20 years after 9/11, after all the atrocities, literally 300,000 people have died since 9/11 in jihad. Over 300,000 people globally. There's a website called thereligionofpeace.com. Check it out. It's every week they compile the numbers across the world. And we are still fucking around with this enemy in a nuclear age. To me, that's just, I don't know. I mean, you can't do that. Not in a time where we have nukes. Because once they get them, who knows? A nuclear jihad. That's their dream. It is their, and they will do it. I mean, once they get their hands on it, they will. People say, "Oh,
well,
yeah."
I think that's what we're approaching right now, because, as you know, with current events in the Middle East, and just this past week, literally, you have these strikes from Iran.
Oh yeah,
it's turning into a hotbed there.
It is.
Not to mention the fact that you have Muslims literally invading Europe physically by having all the migrants going there, right? Taking over the cities. It's like, okay, it's about to happen, and it's no surprise given everything that you and Patrick just described about the nature of you know those people and the religion itself, is that it's inevitable.
Absolutely,
there certain things collide and clash, and they cannot coexist, unfortunately.
No, and the Islamic enemy, they will not stop themselves. You know, they're going to keep going until as far as they can. We have to stop them, but we're not there yet. We're not willing to do it. We're not willing to do the dirty work. I mean, World War II, we were willing to do it. Now we're like, I don't know. We want to be nice. We want to be, I don't know. It's just we have to do it. We have no choice. And again, it's just they will not stop. They won't. And, you know, unless it comes to our doorstep, we ignore it, right? If it comes to your doorstep. But it's happening every single day across the world. In Europe, you got a little killing here, you know, an individual here, 10 people there. You accumulate that. I mean, this is a massive, unending global war. And, you know, culturally, we have to take it. I mean, we need a Muhammad movie out there in the world I mean, once we do that, I think we're on our way to fighting, to really ending this threat. If we could do that, culturally speaking, then we're in good shape. Right now, that's an impossibility, right? Even a Muhammad movie being honest about who he was, that's an impossibility. It shouldn't be an impossibility. It shouldn't be.
It's fucking terrifying.
We've got another guest in the green room. Good friend of mine. Comics Gate adjacent. Here we are. It's ApplePitz.
Yo, rock and roll. Good to see you, Bosch. I'm a big fan. Really nice to meet you, brother.
I appreciate it, Mel.
Honestly, man, you guys are talking right of my language. I mean, everything you're saying, you're not wrong. I just think it goes a little deeper because everything is a purposeful plan. It's been written in the Bible for however many years that is, and we're just going to the final days. We're going to the end of time. Like, time will no longer exist by the time this whole thing finishes. That's what I believe, honestly.
I hope so.
Going to the end of time. You'll never need a clock again.
I think it's going to escalate. Over the next few years, I think there's going to be a lot of civil uprising.
Oh, it could escalate within the next 30 days before the election. Because they want to suspend this election. You know this. I mean, like this next hurricane that Jay had to leave to get ready for. We know that's weather warfare. HARP. They're making these hurricanes arrive, magically, and it's going in a direction that's never really seen before. Usually, it goes from east to west. This one's going west to east, magically, right across, right over the power plants in Florida. Who'da thunk it? Yep, that's what I'm saying. I really believe it, man. We're coming to the end. Katie, I love Katie. Hey, chat. Dark Mind, Wolf, TJ, Shadowhawk, Felix. These are all my buddies, man.
Bosch, you know what the HARP array is? You ever heard of that?
No.
There's a company called HARP that specializes in oral. They send beams out to space. They check the ionosphere. They do things in weather and patterns, but they supposedly have machineries and things that can actually generate or create take a hurricane and push it in a direction with vibrations, and they can create earthquakes. They can create the borealis to do really weird things and come over, further than it should. There's a lot of things HARP.
So basically, you think they're making it worse than it would have been otherwise. Now, I know that the response, that's for sure, but you think the actual prior, you think that
it's what they need to do, because you know what? They have all this technology. AI is helping them. I believe AI is the evil dimension. It's like literally they're getting information from another dimension. That's why, even the art generators, I would not be surprised if you typed in something from an art generator and a thing from another dimension is putting it through. It already has, it knows what you're going to say and everything, that's just like the spiritual side of it. It sounds, tinfoil hattish, I understand, but we're getting to such a spiritual, we're coming to the convergence of man, machine, God. Everything is all coming into one big ball, and we're all going to be confronted with it. There's no doubt about it. No
Peter,
ADs to the box.
I saw your face when you said AI. What do you think about AI, Peter? Do you like it? Is it cool? Is it rad? Is it
great?
Thing?
It's great. No, I despise it so much. I try and every device I've got, I try and turn it off, but it creeps back in.
Because it's taken over the world. There's really no escaping of it. Eventually, it's going to be like, if you don't use any of these AI things, there's not going to be nothing for you, because everybody else is going to be using it. So it's better to learn and try to utilize it as a superpower while you can now, before it's going to literally just steamroll over everything. I can't.
Well,
it's only going to get
laws,
better.
The thing is, luckily, there are some people who have been trying to actually lobby for laws that can regulate the use of AI. It's only beginning.
Needs to happen. It needs to happen.
Yeah.
It does,
good luck. Good luck.
That question has been raised recently, of course, whether AI essentially it's by definition is anti-human, because there's even an example of something that happened last year. And this is true, of a man who was communicating with a chat AI, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he was using it to get advice about his marriage, right? And so he, over the course of months, was typing in, what was going on. Eventually, the AI led him to the point where he was convinced that he should commit suicide. And he actually committed suicide.
He ended up committing suicide.
Yes,
that right there.
It's insane. This actually happened.
It doesn't sound like demons are controlling AI at all.
No. I mean, believe me, they can bring possession through that. People can become possessed just like through a Ouija board, just like through any kind of satanic ritual. You know, if it's led that way and it's built based on an evil thing, it's going to bring you down that road.
If you have a weak mind, I think you'll end up in
True, right, or no spiritual connection.
And they will prey on that, no doubt. And that those weak minds will make the most use of AI. You know,
exactly.
I try to stay clear of it myself. I mean, I guess eventually, maybe it'll, as you say, we all got to figure it out ourselves. But I've been staying clear from it. I mean, I really have.
It's being incorporated in every program, every cell phone, your car. It's even going to be incorporated in clothing. It's going to be incorporated in the refrigerator, in anything aspect. It's going to have AI, all the new chips, all the new computers, anything you're doing, chatting to email to any kind of spreadsheet, rough drafts, music, movie. Now all the movie companies are jumping right onto the AI. It's making their thing so much easier. There should be no more $200 million movies now because you can just generate anything now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's ridiculous, but you know what? We're expecting it, and you have to expect it. And this is where the mental preparedness, I'm telling everybody right now, my own family and friends, be prepared to lose everything you have. Just imagine that, because again, people are already doing it. So mentally prepare yourself now, because the homeless people, they're the ones that are way ahead of everybody else. The Donald Trumps and the richest people of the world are really going to be suffering because they're not knowing how to eat out of garbage cans when the homeless people are already there doing it. They're like, welcome to the club, boys. So just do that, and you only have you and God left. That's all you got.
Well, I mean, that's pretty bleak. I mean,
yeah.
Here, another step that a lot of people are taking, though, is that they're realizing they're going to have to get back into a trade, like an actual physical trade, in which there's an actual a necessity for it, and that can't be replaced by a software yet, So even myself, I'm like, I know most likely construction stuff like that, or carpentry, or even farming. A lot of people are getting into farming these days.
Yeah,
that's how you're going to need to prepare for a catastrophe.
And it's funny, all the laws they really govern over gardening, like private gardens and stuff. Like if your garden's too big or something in a private residence, they'll fine you. You can only have so many square feet. Like that's the rule of iron is just coming down. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, and then the robots will take over and we're fucked.
Oh, no doubt. I got to tell you, Peter, you sound so much like Alan Moore to me. I said, if EVS does one of them vids at the end of his thing where he has Alan Moore, Eric July, you got to do the voiceover. You also kind of sound like Lemmy too from Motorhead.
Well, Lemmy's from here, from this town.
Right, you have that tone of Lemmy. You can already do a voiceover for him as well.
And Alan Moore's kind of close.
Bosch sounds like Elon to me. He has an Elon kind of cadence to his the way he talks and stuff.
Alan Moore's cool, but if you see him on the street, don't fucking speak to him.
Yeah, right. I hear that.
Don't do it.
He's a pricky guy. I get it.
God, I love V for Vendetta, dude. It was one of the greatest books ever.
Yeah.
You ever like that main character is my hero.
V for Vendetta is so prophetic.
Isn't it? Dude, that's oh god. What
Superman for all seasons. The one he did the Superman story, where literally it's just the most insane Superman story you'll ever read.
Wait, that was Frank Miller?
No, Alan Moore.
Alan Moore.
All seasons?
Oh no, not all seasons. What happened to the Man of Tomorrow?
Right.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Okay,
yeah, that is just the craziest Superman story you're ever gonna read.
That was right before John Byrne took over, right?
Right.
Ooh, John Byrne. So, Bosch, did you work for Marvel and DC too? I
No.
know about, I heard about you without even knowing who you were when those guys came to off you and they got off instead. I heard about you. I didn't know, who, and now you're in Comicsgate and it's like, oh shit, that's that guy.
Yeah.
So, So is it other than Pigman? What else? Like what other things have you done that are
Table for One?
like,
It was my first.
it
was my first graphic novel. Table for One. 20 years ago, I published it. Was nominated for an Eisner. Got the interest from Dennis Kitchen, who became my agent after that, and also Alex Toth. Alex Toth, and I also I began a correspondence with Ditko. He liked it, but he was never willing to say anything publicly. Ditko, never. Yeah, he says that's an appeal to authority. I said, yeah, but if you like it, why not? I was a young artist. I was like,
the Ditko though. Yeah. Jeez, that's awesome.
Yeah. Did you get to meet Alex Toth?
No, I never met him in person. No. I corresponded with him a number of times.
Man, the guy created the design for the Super Friends and Hanna-Barbera. Yeah. Right there is just like legendary. That famous pose in front of the rainbow where Superman's like this, and you got Marvin and Wendy. I mean, that's Alex Toth like to the pinnacle. I love that. I want to poster that.
Yeah, he never had like a particular character or a run on a series that he did, but he was just so damn good.
Influential.
To him at his best, he's better than everyone. Him at his best is better than everyone. And I love Ditko and Kirby and Basim and all these guys. But man, Toth. I mean, Toth was. I got a video series on Toth. I think it's up to episode 18 right now on my YouTube channel. And I'm going through all the interviews, all the things, and then I'm going to go through all his books, which I have them all.
For me, it's either Alex Toth, but I also love Kurt Swan too.
Oh yeah.
I'm really, really. I mean, he also designed Superman. When you think about it, like redesigned it under Julius Schwartz. Direction.
He drew over 1,000 issues of Superman, which is insane.
But I think he was the one that actually defined putting the yellow S on the back of the cape. He's the one that defined more of the spit curl in the 50s. Like, he's the 50s artist. So, like, all those things about Superman, like the way the trunks look, the way the S officially look, that's a Kurt Swan design. And then that's the reason why, like, when you see what James Gunn is doing today, they keep rechanging it so they can have like a credit to the creation. So they don't have to pay Kurt Swan. They won't even have to pay Alex Ross because they changed it from black and red to yellow and red. Right. That's these things that they do to get around it. That's why you're never going to see like Batman on a live TV show. 20th Century Fox still owns the rights to Batman from 1966, and who owns 20th Century Fox? Disney, which Marvel in turn now owns the TV rights to Batman. That's why he won't be on the Penguin. He won't be on any of these shows except animated form. But that's crazy. Imagine having the grovel to Disney and saying, "Please let us have Batman for this show." You only see Bruce Wayne maybe, and Robin too.
Plus, the Batman TV show is so doable. I mean, he's he's a world hero, and he can. And I mean, I would love to watch it. I would love to watch a Batman TV show, a modern one, written well. But man, that could be something. But you're right.
That's the reason why. And they don't promote that. DC does not want everyone to know Marvel owns the TV rights to our biggest character.
That's a dirty secret. It's a dirty secret on the.
It really is, but it's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, I don't know. These companies are gradually destroying what made them, and it makes me want to cry.
Everything, really every aspect. It's like kind of like they want you to give up comic books. Like they're doing things so much to push you away from comic books that people are losing interest. Nobody really cares about the new Star Wars anymore. Like all them fanboys that were so passionate really dropped it. Like and that's the way it is.
And if I was one. Sorry, if that's the end result over and over again, you have to think, okay, this is on purpose. At a certain point, it's like, okay, this is on purpose. They're destroying these icons over and over again in every medium. Has to be that's the end result, right? So that's these are nihilists. They're absolutely.
I really have no faith in James Gunn's version either. Honestly, I didn't like Zack Snyder's version. The only one who got it right was Richard Donner and before. You know what I mean? I like the George Reeves. I even like the Broadway one where that guy's like dancing on the stage, letting the people roll off his back and stuff. I even like that guy. Like all those versions. Even Paul Lynn on the Bewitched show, his uncle was like Superman in one episode, was flying in the air. That costume was even more legitimate to me.
We'll see, man. I'm curious. I mean, I'm still gonna check it out probably because the actor looks the part. He comes off like a good actor, and James Gunn can do some good work. So I'm just curious.
Sure.
We'll see. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. You're right. I mean, the way it is these days, who knows?
He's got the colors right on the outfit. That's the only thing I'll say. He's got the colors right, but those line work and all the arm and around, that is the worst thing to comic books ever. It started with Spider-Man and Sam Raimi making that extra ultra textured look. Now it's, but he did it right because Peacemaker has a smooth outfit, so it can be right.
I think this is like the Jim Lee a little with all the, because Jim Lee just always busies things up for no reason, He always does that.
Yeah.
So that's probably part of it also, which it's such a simple, beautiful design, the Superman suit. It's iconic. I mean, everyone knows
simple.
That's it.
Simple.
That way. But, they have to, as you said, they don't want to give credit to this or that or take it this way, change that little yellow to, from black to yellow. And
right.
But still,
I was just thinking
about
the fact that, I'm sorry, guys.
No, sorry.
Just to jump in, though, talking about these characters and icons being destroyed, I was just thinking about the fact that there's a silver lining to them going into the public domain because I feel like if it goes to the point where anybody can create it, the purists will bring it back. And I feel like the majority of people who want to read Batman stories or who want to read Superman stories, they wanted to return to that pinnacle, of the greatness it was. And so I feel like the core of the public opinion, once it goes into the public domain, is that whoever makes the best, newest version when it goes to the public, it will succeed. And that's the faith I have in it. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that will happen.
It will, and that's a good point because it will happen eventually. And you'll get, the best will rise to the top. You'll have a lot of mediocre shit too, no doubt. But when they'll hit, it'll be like, wow, it's better than we've seen for the last 20 years.
That's the main reason why I firmly believe I really am. I can almost say anti-copyright. Walt Disney really started this copyright thing so he could protect his investment. But when you think about it, like the law is there purposely so that those things aren't owned because nobody really owns art. God distributes art and gives people the power to be able to draw and create. We don't own anything. So for the fact that somebody's trying to keep it to themselves, for their own family line and get richer just for themselves, because that's the end result, and then to be penalized for anybody else to do it.
Well, that's an important factor also. I mean, you want to make all the money from your own work. You want to get passed down to your family if you can at a certain point. And if you don't believe in God, as I don't, I left Islam and I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in God.
Okay, right.
I just think that, I think it's very important, but again, it does, cancel out at a certain point, and eventually, again, I don't have to worry about it. It's like people rip me off, right? They take my cartoons, throw them out there, take my name off, right? Except for my Muhammad cartoons. Why do you think?
Right. Oh yeah, right.
For that,
they don't want to be associated with that. Yeah, right.
And also, they wouldn't do Pigman necessarily. It's like, okay, this guy takes on jihadists. Hell no, I'm not. I won't touch that. But yeah, I think it's important that we do get the benefit of our own work, that we can put our copyright on it. I think so. I mean, it's just, to me, it's like,
But even that aspect, even what you just said about the stealing of something, try to take a Paul McCartney song and do it better than Paul McCartney. Do you think Paul McCartney is really going to suffer? No. So anything that you do, you're the one that's the authority of it. So no matter what somebody else tries to steal and sell, you are the source. Yours is going to be the best at it.
On that basis, I get it. It's like, I mean, no one can do Pigman the way I do. I mean, that's just a fact.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, I could see some interpretation like, wow, that's a really cool way they did that. But in the end, it's my character that comes from.
Yeah.
Now, just like Ethan Cyberfrog, nobody's going to be able to do Cyberfrog better than Ethan.
I have to say as well, ApplePitz.
What, Johnny?
I kind of disagree with the copywriting thing. I'm on Bosch's way of thinking, really, because if you can't copyright your own work, then that's kind of commie, isn't it? It's a bit like if everyone's got the right to something you created,
it's our work.
It's not.
Well, really, in a sense of like, once you put it out into the world does kind of own it in that sense because they're going to internalize it any way they want to. Now, yeah, they can't legally do something with it, but you know as well as I do, people do things on the sly. They do all kinds of stuff, and how many times people have gotten over, and how many times did you sell something to your company and they wind up owning the rights to it? You don't even own it. You think Schuster and Siegel owned Superman? They had to fight for that stuff. Maybe if there was no copyright, but wait, let me just say this. Maybe if there was no copyright, they could have produced it themselves and been the authority of that instead of giving all the power over to the company.
Well, one way I was about to say of looking at it, though, is that say if you create a brand name for a product,
right,
and you have a business, right, and that brand name is associated with the product that you have created and that you want to continue producing. And so that's where a copyright example is very valid because you want that name that you're associated with now to not be marred or repeated by a rival company because they can't, like whatever it is, whether it's food or hardware. So it's kind of like that because with Superman, as an example, it's like this is our brand name product. If you reproduce Superman and you mar it, you're damaging our company now. So that is another way. It's a product at the end of the day.
Sure.
So,
yeah. No, I get it. It's just a fascinating thing to think that by the fact of like that all mankind has just made everything to the point of some kind of ownership. You know what I mean? Where before there was no copyright there, like people do, you watch every Disney movie, like they did Alice in Wonderland when anybody else could have did Alice in Wonderland. And there was no copyright. They did it. They made it this version. But anybody else that did theirs couldn't compete with Disney's version because Disney's version was just as that entity in itself. He still would have made that money whether he had copyright or not because his abilities was able to attract that audience regardless. You know what I mean? It's just that's just my own belief system about the copyright.
If you created something, Mello, if you created something yourself and it was valuable to you and you loved it, you would want the copyright, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But I've given away a lot of free stuff. Like I can only say that with I write music, and I've written.
I understand. Even if, at the same time, you value your work, you want it to you want to make the profit off it. I mean, you would want.
Oh yeah, if it came down to where a big company say like I'm little me and some $1 million company, $1 billion company just sees my idea and then like Disney puts out one of my ideas, how am I going to compete with Disney? You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying. Of course, I would feel like it was stolen from. It's just again, it comes down to. It's more of a spiritual just mindset that the whole idea of trying to own art when art is not owned by anybody. We all can create, we all can do, and we all, have a right to the art.
I mean,
not all of us.
Yeah, nobody else owns my art though, and if they try,
right.
Fuck you. Just try it. I mean, look.
It wouldn't be as good anyway, Peter.
But
Peter, it wouldn't be as good as your work. Your work would be superior no matter what.
Believe me, the stuff we're doing in Comicsgate, all the Marvel, DC, they're watching, they're paying attention.
Yeah.
There's been multiple instances so far of things very similar to our stuff suddenly being put out by Marvel and DC.
Right.
It happens. I mean, it's happened to me. It's happened to. Kyle Ritter's book was ripped off. I think one of Shane's Kitty Cat book was ripped off.
His Kitty Cat book.
Yeah.
See, part of me would feel if I had the money and the ability to withstand, if I seen that happen to another, I'd say to play this game. If it was DC, I'd say great. Now my hero, I'm going to put out here my hero versus Superman, and I don't care whether you like it or not. I'm just going to print it anyway, sell it out of my back trunk. I don't even care. That's, the way you fight fire with fire. And then when you go to court, you show them, hey, they took mine, so I took theirs.
I don't know if the courts would look kindly upon that. They'd be like, "Oh, what's that? They have more money than you."
Yeah, I know, right?
To be fair, though, when like Marvel and DC have kind of ripped off Comicsgate stuff, it's never been as good. Never been as good.
Yeah, never.
Fuck you, Marvel, and your Union Jack the Ripper vampire hunter. Fuck you.
Right. Exactly.
They're watching.
Peter, they did that? They used Union Jack and made him a vampire hunter?
Union Jack the Ripper, and he's killing vampires. Yep.
Wow.
Pretty
I had
crazy.
no idea about that. Wow.
Unfortunately, the biggest problem with that is if anyone looks for it on Google, looking for Jack the Ripper Vampire Hunter, guess what comes up first now? Union Jack the fucking Ripper.
You know what? Also, though, I would say this is another thing I say about that. If somebody was good, if I did something good enough for somebody that big to steal from it and then to put it out, I mustn't think I must be on the right track. Let's see my next creation. You gonna steal that one too? How about my third creation? What about my 10th creation? You know, that's the kind of like attitude I have against that kind of stuff. All right, you took one. Now you got one for the team. Now try it again.
Yeah. Plus, like I say, it pales compared to my shit.
Right. I don't doubt it.
I wish I could know if it does or doesn't, but you guys don't offer an option. Well, you did, but it's sold out. The Jack the Ripper catch-up option on.
Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there.
I want it, man. Also, what's the holdup on Super Dead 2?
Just don't. Just don't.
Dude, I do that when I'm at work with my technicians. I like to tell them, hey, man, I need a transmission on this car. Also, what's the holdup? And I just fucking with people like that.
Hey, Patty, are we still going to think about putting together a CG album comic thing?
Oh, yes. Now that I've got this incredibly talented colorist doing Phenomenal Tales #1 for me. And now that he's, spending his time doing that instead of me coloring it, I'm gonna be getting. I was actually planning on writing 3 songs tomorrow that I have like, how like sometimes when an idea comes to you and you just record it on your phone, you just sing it out to your phone.
Right.
So that's how I write songs.
It can be really cool because if you got something printed actually as a vinyl LP. Literally, you'd have 2 communities that would gangbusters. You'd have the comic book community.
How expensive would printing a vinyl be, though? You know what I mean?
Well, that's where the crowdfunding will come in. You know, you get the interest in it, but you get a gatefold record and you have a book in the middle, and that could be comic pages. It could be a sampler of all the comics. Each guy could write a page.
You guys ever heard of
album.
Sub Pop Records from Seattle?
Yeah,
right. 80s, late 80s. Sub Pop Records did a thing where they would get the people who were on their record label. This is, back in the day, like Soundgarden,
compilation,
those kinds of people, and they would do an album with just everybody on there, and that's kind of the idea of what I'm trying to go for here.
Right, we have a compilation of musical artists. Maybe they're CG related because we have musicians in CG, and the book could be. It could be like literally a foray into each of their stories, like a kind of like the way the movie Heavy Metal was. And you could even have spots in the pages say "turn on track 2" while you're reading this, and it could be a song pertaining to that. Ethan's Cyber, and then if we have Malin's Godlike, and then the next page could be some Bosch puts in, the next page some Peter puts in. It would be really cool. I really think it would be awesome. Well, and then the whole vinyl community would go nuts too. Because you got vinyl community guys that collect records. If you have something pressed in vinyl, you'll have 5,000 vinyl collectors all want it just because it's new vinyl.
You think so, huh?
Definitely, no doubt. They're as rabid in the vinyl community. I'm trying to cross it over, by the way, as they are with the comic book community. They're so similar. They're rabid. Literally, the Paul McCartney just dropped something. They're buying it up just because it's a new vinyl. It's that bug that never gets, satisfied. They always want the next thing. That's the way I am with film. They don't make films no more, like, Prince.
Mm-hmm. Well, not to put Peter and Bosch on the spot, but if you guys are interested in doing a page or 2 for a compilation comic book that would accompany this Comicsgate CD or, vinyl or whatever, if you guys are interested in that, I'd love to hire you guys for that and see what we can do.
Message me on I guess X, and we'll see about Cliff.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Could be awesome, honestly. That could be so original and beat everybody else too, because you watch other people do it afterwards.
Well, I like the idea of sending the music out with a comic. I think that's super, super cool. I think that's completely original. And
well, if you look at old albums like do I have one even here? Like usually all albums, like here's an album, but this was like a gatefold. In like Magical Mystery Tour of the Beatles, they would have a book right here. It would be like a 24-page book, 12 page or whatever it is, and literally, you know, they're pretty big size, and you can get something really unique in there. Some people might want just a portrait, and just have to be a solid picture. Some people might do panels and actual, you know, depending on their type of art. You know, like you get somebody like an Ed Roth or a Robert Williams that's really, you know, scatterbrain kind of art. Could be all different kinds of things. I just think it would be unique.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if we can get Ethan and John and Shane and them guys could put their stamp of approval and we could actually call it a Comicsgate thing. That would be even better.
Well, we don't need their stamp of approval. Comicsgate is bigger than both of those guys.
Sure,
they are the people who are.
Sure, but I mean, imagine them contributing to have them contribute to it would be even the more bonus, you know.
Well, yeah, you're right. I have trouble getting those guys to respond to me. So,
right.
Let's start with
Bosch,
just record.
You're a Comicsgate king. Can you just like talk to them? No, I'm just kidding.
I think we should start with recording the songs first.
Yeah,
I got some songs myself.
one step at a time, guys.
You're right.
Let's get the recordings done.
I don't think that'll be a problem. Patty said he's got 3 songs already. I have hundreds of songs, but it doesn't have to be me. Just depending on how many other people want to contribute, we could fill in the recordings. It's now depending on how much music we're going to use and how many artists would be willing to, you know, contribute into it. You can even do it for charity. It doesn't even have to be anybody really getting rich off it. It's just a way to advertise and get people excited about it.
Oh yeah, the Dark Lord,
JD, my brother,
Kirby, Dark Spooky Overlord says, I will bully Ethan into doing it. Thank you.
Yes, I love JD is a bulldog. Yep. Katie could probably influence too. You know, Katie's in the chat. She's
no
she's
AI though. That's the rule. There's no AI
no
music.
AI.
None at all. It can be used for fun, you know, for goofy, stupid, you know, goofy stuff. But like when we're talking about things that we want to sell to people, I feel like it's immoral to use AI. In I would say in any capacity. If I'm being
plus kind of at the moment you can't really own it.
Right.
Yeah, right.
How can you sell something you don't own? And I want to sell this so that we can.
Which is fantastic. Right. I love that people are trying to make AI comics and stuff now. Great. I'll just copy all the files and sell it myself as well.
Yes, exactly.
You have the right to do that.
Amazing.
Yeah. Honestly, you have the right to do that, and then nobody can even say anything about it. Yeah. You know, that's the way the direction is. There won't be copywriting in the future. I really believe copyright's going to be gone in the future. Just because of AI. Because of AI.
Think about this though. With AI. Sorry, go ahead, Bosch. My bad.
No, unless you create it yourself. I mean, AI is a mixture of all that, you know, years and years and stuff. So when people do that, and also they call themselves AI artists, it's like, that's a joke, man. AI artists?
Well, AI artist is somebody that is literally, because there's people that will specialize in prompting. There, you know, obviously you can go to ChatGPT and ask it to prompt, but other people that really, you're going to see results that their results are going to be superior. People are going to be wondering, how did you get that result? I've tried a million times. I couldn't do it. But, you know, like the musician guys are going to have the right terminologies to get the right things. And the artists are going to have the right terminologies to tell us things compared to a layman that don't know what like a paste up is or what, you know, a certain film camera kind of thing. You're going to see there are people that are superior at these things.
And prompting, I guess there'll be prompt kings, right? Like,
right.
There are people who already call themselves as a career or whatever. They call themselves prompters. I'm a prompter.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's a whole new thing. That's what I mean. It's a whole new terminology.
Literally, what do you do, man? Oh, I'm a prompter. It's almost like I'm an influencer. Same amount of weight.
Yeah.
Influence this.
Yeah, right. And it's a way that they honestly, it's a kind of a way to have people feel more important than probably they even deserve to be. Because they're using these things again. It's giving people superpowers right now because half the world don't even know what a ChatGPT is. Some of these people don't even have no clue. They think they're going to be looking at pictures and be really fooled, thinking it's the real deal. I mean, every day it's increasing. What you see today is the worst it's ever going to be. Tomorrow's going to be tenfold of today. A year from now, I can't even imagine a year from now.
I mean, at the moment, 9 times out of 10, I can tell if something's AI or not. There's just telltale. There's giveaways, and also like who's sharing the art, who's doing that. Right. Look at that person for 2 seconds, like nah.
Oh yeah, at this point, but it's increasing by the. I mean, they're all competing every day. New announcements came. We just updated this. We updated that. New chips are being made. Everything is being focused towards that. So it's going to surpass human ability. Like it's going to create music better than the Beatles and Beethoven combined. It's going to create art.
I do kind of like some of the anti-AI measures for artwork. Some of those are quite cool. The way it kind of it screws when you upload an image to the net. You've got all the metadata of the image. It's all you can't see it. It's all hidden there in the image. Right. And so what some of the software you can get is you run it through the software before you upload it, and it fucks around with it. So when the AI looks at it, it'll think, right, the AI will be looking for a picture of a toaster. Mm. Now, the metadata that's in the image, you've got an image of a frog, but the metadata will say it's something else. It could say it's a toaster. So the AI is picking it up, and now all of a sudden it's infecting the AI, and the AI is drawing frogs instead of toasters, and it fucks around with that stuff. And it works pretty well from what I gather. And it doesn't take much to corrupt, like the data sets they use, where they've gathered all the artwork. It doesn't take much for it to corrupt it. So that's a win. And I wish I could remember the name of it. There's a really good one, and I can't remember the name of it.
The only thing I could see really, as far as if you were to use AI for any sorts of that kind of thing, is if you have a bunch of ideas that you really don't have the time to kind of like just see what it would look like in your mind. You could, in 2 seconds, you could type out and just get a visual in your own mind. Nobody else has to see, and it gives you like a jumping point. That's the only thing I can think of it as.
But I would say, as an artist, it's the second you think of it, you've got it in your head. You don't need to visualize it because you can visualize it.
The start of the corruption of it also, of you not being an artist. Like, you start relying on it. It's like, oh shit, that one little step. I just think
well, that's a good point. Yeah.
It's dangerous.
That's a good point.
Dangerous place for an artist to go. It really is.
Yeah.
Especially one who's been used to hand drawing.
I
don't know, man. It's going to be interesting times. Coming up.
But people have been saying this for a long time
about the human ingenuity. Like, say I'm a writer. I can't draw for shit. Peter knows this. He's seen some of my drawings now. But if I send something that's an idea in my head to an artist, he's going to take all of his inspirations and the things that he's experienced throughout his life and his experience as an artist, and he's going to create something according to what the things that I sent him, and it'll be something completely, utterly unique and special and beautiful in its own right. Whereas if I put it into, ChatGPT, it will have some of the aspects that I had imagined, like, so my book, it's the Soviet Union still exists in the year 2000. I could put that into ChatGPT. And ChatGPT would create all of these kind of what I would call basic bitch responses, where it would be like, oh, all right, well, the year is now 2000 plus these things. So it'll combine those things in a very unoriginal, ununique way and create a product for me. Whereas I send something to an artist and I say, hey, man, this is the story. The Soviet Union is still around. He's going to go, okay, well, what can I do? What can I add in here to make this unique and interesting and special? And I think that's always going to be the positive of real life people, is that they will always trump AI in ingenuity and uniqueness.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That way it's because like they say, every person, for lack of a better term, is like a snowflake. One snowflake is different from, they're all different, and we're all different. Even though there's similarities, we all think a little different, and we all create a little different.
different. AI is not different. It's a
Right.
combination of a bunch of people's already predetermined, preordained opinions or artistic styles, and so it can only operate within the context of the things that it's already seen. Whereas the human soul, the human mind, can think of things outside of what it's already seen and create something
But
new.
you know what was told to me? You only have your perspective and everything that you've learned and you've experienced. Where now you have a thing that's taking experiences you've never experienced and presenting to you in a way that sometimes you just would never have thought of. Sometimes, like, I'll experiment. Sometimes, just I have so many songs. I've written over 2,500 songs in my lifetime, and I probably got about 5,000 ideas. So sometimes, if I'm in the middle of writing, I'll go to one of these AI programs just to be curious, and I'll be like, I'll put in one of my song sketches that I'm set as a rock song, and I'll type in, give me a classical version of this, and just curious to see what a classical version comes. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing a classical rendition of my melody, the way, and as if I handed it to, like, John Williams and said, do a classical score of this. And now I'm hearing like different lines that I wouldn't have thought of. The AI is like presenting to me these things. Now I could chew it. I could choose that, chew the meat, spit the bone. Maybe I might just like that violin line. I could copy out that violin line, place it right over my demo, and nobody would even know the difference because it's still all me. But that one line, I don't have a violin. I can't hire a violin player. I could maybe do it on a keyboard. What's the difference between generating a drum beat?
You know the difference.
Oh, right. But what I'm saying, what's the difference between generating a drum beat or using a drum loop on a keyboard? You know what I mean? Like, I'm finding a keyboard patch. I'm just telling the AI to generate that same kind of drum beat that was on the thing. Save me all the time having to look through a billion patches. You know what I mean? There's always advantages to something without losing your humanity in it.
Yeah, but the difference is your own personal satisfaction of being an artist or putting in the effort to accomplish something. It's like that Twilight Zone episode where the pool player ends up going to heaven, and whenever he breaks, the first break in pool, all the balls go in. There's no effort. But he doesn't need to put in any effort to win the game.
Right.
And then he discovers that he didn't go to heaven, he went to hell.
And he's bored out of his mind.
Yes, and so he's bored to death.
Right.
He can't accomplish anything.
Yeah.
Right.
The thing that you're saying about using AI with your stuff, and you might like say you might pick a violin line that you like, or use that. It's always going to be in your head that you didn't do that.
Right.
And if it becomes popular, above all the things you've done, if that one thing becomes popular, you're going to always know that you weren't good enough to do that.
Well, again, it comes down to I never had the access to a violin player to actually do that part. You know what I mean? Like, or you could even think of it that
you could hire a violin guy.
Yeah, but you could write the music.
Oh yeah,
you could write the music for the violin. Yeah, and then you could do that. But letting an AI do it, you would always know that the computer did that for you.
But at the same time, if I'm feeding in my idea and I'm directing this AI, and it's kind of like that's the way the new way is going to be. People are going to have a song idea and they don't have like a drummer or something. Generate me a drum beat fitting this thing. That the AI would not have been able to just do it on his own had it not fed the direction of your original inspiration. You know what I mean? So it's just building around your thing. That's why I say, what's the difference between generating a drum beat or using a drum beat on a drum loop that you didn't play? Somebody else programmed it in there, but it fits your song. I really don't. These are the nuances that.
Well, okay, so
we're gonna come to.
That example exactly. Like I had a song for my first comic book. I had a song that was the trailer background song.
Right.
And my brother and I were the ones who wrote it. Like I wrote the melody, but he was the one who, because he's got a synthesizer and he's very good with all that. I'm a punk rocker. Like I play guitar and I sing.
Yeah, right.
Like, I don't fucking fuck around with
stuff.
But he does. He fucks around with the computer stuff, and so he wrote a drum line and put it in there. And what I'm trying to say is that you could have somebody else. It's essentially as if I asked somebody else who I don't know at all and don't care about it all to write a drum line for me, and it was very generic and basic. That's what AI produces for you. It produces for you basic ass shit, like things that are within the context of what it already knows.
That reminds
I
me
think
of
that's what I'm saying is the main drawback of it, and why it will never be something that we should use, is because you have more. The human soul has more to offer.
I agree with you, Patty. I really agree with you there.
Go
There's
ahead,
a very
Arvin.
interesting comparison to that in terms of making something that is like homogeneous and the average of all things created. A few years ago, or maybe actually, I think it was 10 years ago, there was an article about creating the most attractive face, human face, right? Using digital reproduction. And then it turned out that creating the most attractive face was an image that appeared like an average of all faces, in which the features obviously were symmetrical, but you averaged out all the different types of noses, different types of eye shape and lips. And then you look at a face that ironically is just mediocre. When you look at it, it does not look striking to the eyes. And that proves something, that something that is obviously beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but when something stands out and is striking, it tends to pique your interest more than when it is the average of all things. And that applies to music, because in these days, when you listen to cookie cutter music, and nobody likes new music these days across the board, it's because it is the average of all pop songs. They're using the homogenized beats, and they're using the homogenized chord progressions that have worked, and you hear it and it's so basic, and you go, this doesn't stand out to me. It's not piquing my interest, because you need something that pulls you away from that average.
Right.
And to go back to the art thing as well, it's like AI can't think, and it can't create something from scratch for itself. I mean, have you seen, they tried it, have you seen like computer generated art with genuine, when it's not used reference from anything else and it's not used data sets, it's just garbled gibberish on a screen. It's like giving a dog a paintbrush, it's just whatever. So if people say, well, as artists, maybe we should start using AI. I know some people use it with comics for like layouts and for like maybe a panel. But the thing is, it's 99% sure that is a panel that exists somewhere else, or a layout that exists somewhere else that's already been done.
Right. I believe you're right.
Yeah, it can't. Computers cannot, at the moment, and we'll see. But at the moment, they can't create anything from scratch, from nothing. Right. They need those data sets of other people's work.
Right. It'll be an echo of something from who knows where, when.
Yeah.
And then again, you'll be called out on it. If you do use it, let's just say, hey, I'm on the issue of.
Because believe me, somebody somewhere will find it.
Yeah, right.
There's something about that kind of.
My understanding is that, like, a lot of the times, it's just like, they're trying to replicate the human brain, and that's what they're going for. They even have new chips that are going to be literally using flesh material made from flesh, literally, because they say the flesh is a conductor, and they're actually going to implant it in these new chips that are coming out. So they're trying to replicate the human brain, and the way that they argue is that when they're being trained on these data sets, it's just like you looking at all of Marvel comics and learning to decide how to draw. Yeah. And that's their argument, is that it's internalizing, but it's literally they've learned it, and now it's spitting out a version, just like as if we try to draw, just see a picture of Superman and you draw that Superman. You didn't trace it, but you're drawing it, as accurate as you can from. That's kind of their argument,
Yeah, but they're all dickheads and they're wrong. So
I can't argue in there either.
Like,
also cracking down.
That's that.
Sorry,
I can't argue that. That's bottom line. There
was a cover almost recently in DC who drew a Superman cover, right? And if you look close, you see that there is some AI stuff going on there, and they fired the guy. He was trying to pass off some bullshit AI as his own work, and who knows what he did in it, but he was fired. And so that's in one way that is being cracked on, which is good, because who are they paying there at that point? It's like, who are you paying?
But this is the problem, man. Like, that was then. This is now, and tomorrow you're not going to be able to distinguish. Like, they were able to pick up on it. You keep saying, like you guys saying, I see things in this. Eventually, those discrepancies are going to be gone. You're not going to be able to tell. You're going to think Norman Rockwell drew Superman. You're going to think, like, honestly, it's that getting advanced, like, to where it's scary.
That's true. But at the end,
I don't know.
Just going to have to become more.
I don't think that's.
We're just going to have to. Become
I can show you examples, Patty. I'll send you some examples, and I'll tell you what.
Line work at this point. Supposedly, they're threatening to do line work now for AI, like real line work, like comic art. That's when they get there, then it'll get a little dangerous to the point where, like,
not only line work, they actually could do video generation of a hand drawing the thing. And it will look so convincing. Like, you could say this is your hand, and nobody's going to be able to say it's right or wrong. That's how convincing it is.
I can see the first wave will come from it. It'll be from the big comic companies, and it'll start with just a penciler, and then the rest of them with AI. That'll be the first thing. But I guarantee Marvel and DC would love nothing more than to just be able to do it all with AI and not.
Marvel already started. Marvel already did it on a TV show intro to the Samuel Jackson show. They made a whole AI intro, and literally, and Disney did too. Disney had a commercial now that's AI done with, it's part AI animation.
And who they pay for that? Was
themselves.
Themselves. It's like, this is, it's going to be interesting moving forward, because again, they're the first ones who are going to dip their toes into that kind of corruption, of course, because they don't give a shit.
But what are you going to do when you're seeing Joe Schmo making something that now he's heralded as like the new king, and you know what? It could have been you. I mean, that's the way that they're leaving it for us to do.
I think that myself and Bosch and anyone who's already established doing stuff, we're going to be fine. The people I feel sorry for are the young people just trying to break into it now. They're trying to do stuff, and they don't get the work because it can be done with AI. So all those little jobs that we did when we were younger as artists, just to make a buck, that stuff's going to be done by AI. So you're going to see less and less professional artists coming up.
Look, people have the need to create. You're not going to stop drawing just because you could do. Just like people didn't stop taking pictures because Photoshop came in.
Oh yeah. What I'm saying is the paid work. People are not going to get the paid work because they can get it done for free.
But this is the best thing I could say is as we're going forward, you would be best serving yourself to just at least explore into this area and see if it can benefit you in any way. You might discover something that saying, wow, you know what, this does help out in some way.
Hold on.
You're better off to look into it to just see.
I disagree with that. I think that's wrong.
To learn how to draw first and foremost.
Sure. No, what's going to happen is
10,000 out of it, and then maybe they want to fuck around. But the point is, you have to be able to do something without the computer, without anything there. You have
absolutely right.
Because that's an artist. Outside of that,
right. Once you've done that, though, Ray, you have that ability already. So what's the difference with learning a new skill that may enhance your ability?
Some people might do it after the fact, but some people want to skip. They want to skip that point also.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bosch.
You can use it to learn, but here's the thing.
I feel like ApplePitz is aptly named because he's offering the apple of knowledge right here to everybody.
I'm just putting up the argument.
This apple, you'll have the knowledge of all of these artists. All you have to do is engage in AI just a little bit. You don't have to do it all the time. Just look at it.
No, I just said learn the skill of it. You never know.
No AI. AI should become a taboo to people. We should look upon people who use AI and we should laugh at them.
We're there now.
But Patty, you're not going to stop AI, though. It's only going to get more prevalent.
I had a point I wanted to make to respond to this. AI is already here, so it's going to be used. That's a reality.
Mhm,
But I've been trying to say this for a while, though, is that the end result is that artists of any kind are going to have to become more creative. Because
Right.
AI takes the averages of
Mhm.
everything that already exists. So for you to get a foothold without using AI, you're just going to have to be very different, whether it's music or whether it's visual arts, right? So yeah, a lot of people are going to go out of work, unfortunately, but we're going to get some new things out of it. So
I
that's just
think they're only going to be out of work,
game.
though. They're only going to be out of work because they refuse to at least try to, look into how they could survive.
I don't need to, and I won't need to. Guaranteed.
Oh, I agree with that.
Famous last words.
Yeah, right.
No,
I don't blame people for having that attitude
There
either.
are
I really
only people
don't.
like me who are willing to pay you to create something new outside of the context of AI, because there's people like me who look upon AI
This is true.
as almost explicitly demonic, and we're not gonna pay for it. Like I have 3 different projects that I was gonna pay people for, and then I found out that they utilized AI to any degree. Not just not just most of it, or just a little bit of it, like any degree at all. And I was like, sorry, not going to do it. And that's what I'm trying to say to you, ApplePitz, is that this whole AI, people that have this opinion that it's already here, therefore it's already, we have to play the game. The answer is no, you don't have to play the game. And if there weren't such things as computers, and there weren't such things as, satellites that could help us interact with each other, and so we could see different technology, then AI wouldn't even be a concern of people's. I would ask an artist, I would pay him, I'd give him money, and I'd say, do this for me, and he would do it for me. AI only exists, and it will only exist and continue to exist and thrive if the people involved allow it to do so. That's how everything in the world works. If you allow it, then it will become powerful. But AI does not hold the power. The human mind holds the power. And as long as the human mind says no AI, we are going to taboo this, we're going to make people ashamed of using this, then we can get back to a point where nobody uses AI ever. But if we think that it's impossible, it's there's nothing we can do about it, we might as well just embrace it, then yes, it will control everything. So we have to say no. We have to say put our foot down right now when it's already here.
Right, but you're in a really, Patty, I commend everything you said, and I agree with everything, but just know you're in such an uphill battle because AI is taking over the world. I told you it's going to be in your clothing. It's going to be in your eyeglasses. It's going to be in your car. It's going to be in every gadget that you hold. You have to be anti-technology at that point.
Mediocrity controls the world, yes.
Yeah. That's true.
Johnny, that's why AI can suck my dick. There you go. Pens.
Yeah, there you go.
Paper.
Bosch, you were going to say something, though.
I just, that attitude, right? It's like, when you said, well, it's here. So it's like that's said by a lot of people for a lot of things, whatever it is, some kind of corrupt ideas. Well, I didn't create the world. I mean, it's just, no, that's the way in. But again, bust your ass, learn how to draw, paper, pencil, as Peter says, and and then, if you want to, people will probably tap into that. Fine. I mean, you can't stop them.
No, and when you see somebody become really successful with it, then you're going to rethink in a way. Like, damn, this guy got 5 million people.
What does that look like to be successful with it? What does that look like to your mind to be successful?
Somebody that it's accepting by a group of people, and they're paying and supporting them, and like any other artist, it's like they're heralded as, doing, and somebody may do something out of the weird, nowhere and be like, holy moly, I never saw this coming. Like, we don't know the future. It's like crazy.
But the problem with the whole AI community at the moment, especially in art, is if what?
Johnny? There's a delay between us and him, I think.
Sorry, guys, you're really lagging. My internet is terrible.
I've seen that. You keep going in and out.
End the show in a minute.
Okay.
I just want to thank you all for coming.
Thanks for having me, Johnny.
This was a fascinating conversation.
Good discussion, guys. Appreciate it.
great. Gave me a lot to think about.
For coming on.
Nice to meet you, Bosch.
Definitely, Bosch. You're the best, brother.
One thing, guys,
My
also.
internet is fucking terrible.
One last thing about that.
I'm
You guys said
sorry.
something about Peter. You said something
Hopefully
about.
you can come on another short with you. It's been a
Yeah.
great conversation, man.
Peter, you said something last time about these
Thank
guys.
you everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
Sorry about the delay.
There's always this one thing about it's not yours, right? That's it. In the end, regardless, whatever has been created, everyone knows this. You know this. Everyone else knows this. It wasn't exactly your creation. That's a tough thing to overcome as an artist. It really, really is. And it diminishes the entire thing. Just comes crashing down because it's not your unique thing that only you can do. It's something that you perverted into existence somehow. You and some machine. So I don't know. But thanks, Amy, Johnny. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The best chat family too.
Real quick before we end, Johnny. I'm so sorry. If anybody wants to hop on, I'm gonna continue a stream over on my channel, PQ Vox. If you guys want to hop on, I can send you the link. Just throwing
Do
out.
that. Let's continue the conversation about AI.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So ApplePitz, Peter, Carbon, Bosch. I'll send you the link. I know if you can't do it, it's not a big deal, and we'll talk later.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thank
Be
you,
well.
Johnny, for having everybody
Yeah,
on
man.
here, dude.
See ya.
Look at
Thanks,
this,
Johnny.
Johnny's frozen.
Cheers, Johnny.
Oh, God, love you, John.
Have a good one.
Hey, I just want.
We're still live. What?
We still fucking live. Sorry. It's going a bit weird. Here we are. Take care, Pete.
Hey, I just wanna say, I'm back. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody. Now I've made some change in my life. Now I've moved on in life. Now it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody. I'm thinking deeply right now. My life without you, it's like wow, but I don't know how to explain this. I don't know why it's happening to me, but I just realize you're not the person you used to be. Now I've left this city, this bullshit is not gonna happen again. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody. Life is short. Don't waste time worrying about me. Hold trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hate on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hate on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody.